This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or demons or whatever. Growing up, my dad would sometimes tell us stories about weird stuff that happened to his family, like his sister seeing someone standing in a doorway when no one was home, or how their TV would randomly turn on in the middle of the night. But I always chalked it up to him being dramatic, or them having some weird electrical issues in their old house. That was until I moved into my current place in Ravencrest about 2 years ago. Nothing special about this town, really. Just your typical small community where nothing interesting ever happens. Everyone knows everyone else's business. There's like 3 good restaurants total, and the closest mall is a 40-minute drive away. But the rent was cheap, and it was close enough to my new job, so I took it. The apartment itself is fine, just a small 1-bedroom in a converted old house that's been split into 8 units. I'm in apartment 7, second floor, at the end of the hallway. The first year and a half I lived here was completely normal, boring even. I'd go to work, come home, watch Netflix, sleep, repeat. Sometimes I'd hear my neighbors moving around or talking, but the walls are pretty thick for an old building, so it was never a problem. Then about 4 months ago, I woke up in the middle of the night feeling off. I can't really explain it better than that. It was like when you're half asleep and can't tell if you're dreaming or awake. There was this weird static feeling in my head, almost like white noise but inside my brain, and I had this overwhelming sense that someone was watching me. I tried to roll over to check the time on my phone, but I couldn't move, not a single muscle. It was like my brain was awake, but my body was still asleep. I've heard about sleep paralysis before, so I tried not to panic, but it's one thing to know about it, and another thing entirely to experience it. I felt like I was suffocating, even though I could still breathe. The pressure on my chest was intense, and that feeling of being watched got stronger. I swear I could feel something standing right next to my bed, staring down at me. It probably only lasted a few seconds before I could move again, but it felt like forever. When I finally could move, I immediately turned on my bedside lamp and looked around the room. Nothing. Just my same old bedroom with my clothes tossed over my chair and my laptop still open on my desk from earlier. I checked the time, 3:23 in the morning. Great. I chalked it up to stress or a weird dream and eventually fell back asleep. I didn't think much of it afterward, just one of those strange things that happens sometimes, right? But then it happened again about 2 weeks later, same thing. Woke up suddenly with that static feeling in my head. This time I was facing the wall, and again I had that intense feeling of being watched. But what made this time worse was that I distinctly felt my mattress sink down behind me, like someone was sitting on the edge of my bed. I remember thinking very clearly, there is someone in my room sitting on my bed right now. The absolute terror that went through me in that moment is hard to describe. I was completely frozen, not from sleep paralysis this time, but from fear. I held my breath and counted to 3 in my head before I forced myself to roll over quickly. Nothing. No one was there. My mattress was flat, no indentation where someone might have been sitting. My bedroom door was still closed. My window was still locked from the inside. I checked every corner of my apartment that night, looking under the bed, in the closet, behind the shower curtain. All the cliché horror movie spots. Nothing was out of place. I ended up calling my best friend Jen at like 4 in the morning. She thought I was crazy, but stayed on the phone with me until the sun came up. We talked about logical explanations. Maybe the building was settling, or the upstairs neighbor was moving around. Maybe I was having some weird stress dreams. I wanted to believe any of those explanations, but none of them felt right. The feeling of someone sitting on my bed had been so real, so physical. After that second incident, I started sleeping with my TV on for background noise and light. I know it's bad for sleep hygiene or whatever, but I couldn't handle the silence and darkness anymore. It worked for a while. Almost a month went by with nothing weird happening. I started to think maybe it really had just been my imagination or some vivid dreams. Then came the night that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It was a Tuesday. I remember because I'd had a really long day at work and came home exhausted. I took a shower, heated up some leftover pasta, and climbed into bed to watch some stupid reality show before falling asleep. I must have dozed off around 11 because I woke up later with my TV still on, but the volume turned way down. My headphones were still in my ears from when I'd been watching something on my phone earlier. I was lying on my side facing the wall again, that same position from before. I checked the time on my phone, 2:52 in the morning. I was about to take my headphones out and properly go to sleep when it happened. 3 distinct taps on my upper back, not light taps either. Firm, deliberate pressure, like someone using their index finger to get my attention. Tap, tap, tap. I could feel the exact shape of the finger pressing into my back through my t-shirt. I could even tell it was coming from someone standing beside the bed, based on the angle. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that there was someone or something in my room. I spun around so fast I nearly fell out of bed, yanking my headphones out in the process. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. But just like before, there was absolutely nothing there. No one standing by my bed, no shadows moving across the room. Just the glow from my TV illuminating my empty bedroom. I sat there, back pressed against the wall, for what must have been an hour. I couldn't bring myself to get up and check the apartment this time. What if I found someone? What if I didn't? I wasn't sure which would be worse at that point. The tapping had been so real. This wasn't sleep paralysis or a dream or my imagination. Someone, something, had touched me. I could still feel exactly where those 3 fingers had pressed into my back. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. When the sun finally came up, I called in sick to work and spent the day researching. I looked up the history of my building, but there was nothing unusual, no tragic deaths or crimes that I could find. I even asked my landlord if anyone had died in my apartment, which made him look at me like I was insane. He assured me that as far as he knew, there had been no deaths in the building since it was converted to apartments 15 years ago. I asked my neighbors if they'd experienced anything strange. Most of them looked at me like I was crazy. But Mrs. Abernathy in apartment 3 paused for a moment before telling me that sometimes she feels like someone is watching her while she cooks. She laughed it off, saying it's probably just her late husband making sure she doesn't burn the house down. I didn't find that particularly comforting. After the tapping incident, I decided I needed to know what was happening while I slept. I set up my laptop to record me through the night. I know it sounds paranoid, but I had to know if I was sleepwalking or if there was actually something in my apartment. The first few nights of recording showed nothing unusual, just me tossing and turning occasionally. But on the 4th night, something happened that I still can't explain. The video starts normal, me getting into bed around 10:30, reading on my phone for a while, then turning off my bedside lamp around 11:15. Everything is quiet for a few hours. Then around 3 in the morning, I stir in my sleep. Nothing unusual there, but what happens next makes my blood run cold every time I watch it. The weight of my blanket suddenly shifts, like something is pulling it down at the foot of my bed. It's subtle, but unmistakable. Then there's a shadow that moves across the wall, not like something passing in front of a light source, but like a dark patch that just slides across the wall on its own. The worst part is what happens at 3:17 exactly. I'm lying on my back, apparently asleep, when my head turns sharply to the side, like I'm looking at something beside the bed. I remain that way for almost 2 minutes, completely still, before my head turns back and I continue sleeping normally. I have absolutely no memory of this happening. I've watched that video probably 50 times now, trying to find some logical explanation. Maybe it was just the way the light from outside was hitting my room. Maybe the blanket moved because I kicked in my sleep. Maybe I turned my head because I heard a noise from another apartment. But none of these explanations feel right. There's something in my apartment at night, something that's getting bolder, First it was just watching me, then sitting on my bed, and now it's physically touching me. I've tried everything I can think of, leaving lights on, playing music all night, even sleeping on my couch instead of my bed. Nothing helps. Just last night, I woke up to find all 3 lamps in my living room unplugged. I know I didn't do it. I specifically remember checking that they were on before I fell asleep. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't afford to break my lease and move. I've thought about setting up more cameras, but part of me is terrified of what I might see. What if next time the recording shows something standing over my bed? What if it shows whatever is making that shadow on the wall? The tapping on my back has happened twice more since that first time. Always 3 taps, always in the same spot, always around 3 in the morning. I'm starting to dread going to sleep. I find myself staying up later and later, as if that might somehow help. Last night was the worst yet. I finally fell asleep around 1 after being awake for nearly 20 hours straight. I was so exhausted, I thought maybe I'd sleep through whatever happens at 3. No such luck. I woke up to that now familiar static feeling in my head and the weight on my mattress. But this time, before I could even react, I felt breathing on the back of my neck. Actual warm breath. And then a whisper. Not words exactly, but a sound right in my ear that was definitely trying to communicate something. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. I'm afraid to sleep in my apartment, but I have nowhere else to go. The tapping has turned to breathing, and the breathing has turned to whispering. What happens next? I've started to wonder if this thing, whatever it is trying to tell me something, or maybe it's trying to warn me about something. All I know is that tonight I'm going to set up cameras in every room. I've borrowed some equipment from a friend who's into paranormal investigation stuff. He thinks I'm just being paranoid, but he lent me the gear anyway. I'm going to find out once and for all what's happening in apartment 7 at 3 in the morning. I just hope I'm ready for whatever I see. Story 2, : I've never told this story publicly before. For the past 2 years, I've been trying to convince myself it was all in my head. Sleep paralysis, an overactive imagination, stress, anything but what I know deep down it actually was. But I can't keep pretending anymore. I need to get this out. This happened in August 2 years ago. I was living alone in my small 1-bedroom apartment after my roommate moved out to live with her boyfriend. It wasn't anything fancy, just a typical apartment in a building that was probably built in the 70s or 80s. Nothing about it ever seemed off or creepy before this happened. That day started completely normal. It was a Tuesday, and I had the day off from my retail job. I'd been up since around 9 in the morning, just having a lazy day playing video games and chatting with friends online. My friend Jake had been showing me his progress in Genshin Impact, and I was screen recording his gameplay so I could send some clips to another friend who was thinking about getting into the game. It was around 3 in the afternoon. I remember because I'd just made myself a late lunch, just a sandwich and some chips, and brought it back to my desk. Jake was in the middle of some dungeon run when I first felt it. At first, I thought it was just a draft or something, this slight pressure against my back. But then it moved. It wasn't like a hand exactly, more like a presence that was somehow touching me. Within seconds, I felt it move across my shoulders, then down my spine, then lower. I immediately sat up straight, thinking maybe I'd imagined it. "You okay?" Jake asked through the Discord call. Apparently my face had changed enough for him to notice even through the crappy webcam. "Yeah, just thought I felt something weird," I said, trying to laugh it off. But then it happened again, more deliberately this time. I could feel something touching me in places that were definitely not appropriate. It wasn't painful, but it felt invasive and wrong, like someone was, God, this is still so hard to explain. It felt like someone was trying to be intimate with me, but there was nobody there. I told Jake I needed to go and ended the call. As soon as I did, the sensation intensified. It was like whatever this thing was had been holding back while someone else was present, even if just through a video call. Now it was just me and it My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I got up from my chair and walked around my apartment, checking behind doors, looking under the bed, all the stupid things people do in horror movies that I always made fun of, but I was terrified. The touching followed me. It wasn't constant. It would stop for a few seconds, then start again, always in a way that felt sexual and violating. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and opened Discord, messaging my friend Ali, who I knew was into spiritual stuff. "Something's happening and I'm freaking out," I typed. "I think there's something in my apartment. I can feel it touching me." While waiting for her response, I frantically Googled how to get rid of ghosts and what to do if ghosts touching you. I know how that sounds, but I was desperate. Most of the results were either jokes or stuff about sage and salt circles, nothing that seemed helpful for what was happening to me right that moment. Ali replied, "What do you mean something's touching you, like physically?" I tried to explain while the entity continued. At one point, I actually spoke out loud, "Stop it, leave me alone." And the strangest thing happened. The touching paused for a moment, like it was surprised I had addressed it directly. Taking a chance, I asked, "Are you a ghost?" And I swear to God, I felt what seemed like a nodding sensation. Not on my head, but almost like the air around me was pulsing in a yes pattern. I was so freaked out I almost threw up. I texted Ali about what just happened, and she told me to try asking it more questions with yes, no answers. So I did. "Did you live here before?" A nod. "Did you die here?" No response. "Are you trying to hurt me?" A definite shaking sensation for no. "Then what do you want?" Obviously, it couldn't answer that one directly. The whole time I was still feeling these touches, getting more and more intimate. I was crying at this point, both from fear and from feeling so violated. I decided to lie down on my bed because my legs were shaking so badly I thought I might fall. That was a mistake. As soon as I was horizontal, I felt weight on the bed beside me, like someone sitting down, then lying next to me. I could feel the mattress dip, even though there was nothing visible there. The touching became more concentrated, more deliberate. I could feel breath on my neck, though there was no actual air movement I could detect with my hand. I rolled over quickly, and for a second, the sensations stopped. Then they started again, adjusted to my new position. I discovered that if I kept moving, it would take a few seconds for the entity to find me again, but I couldn't keep moving forever. After about 20 minutes of constantly shifting positions, I was exhausted, and my head was pounding with the worst headache I'd ever experienced. Ali was still messaging me, asking for updates. She finally suggested something that hadn't come up in my panicked Google searches. "Ask for divine protection," she wrote. "Call on Archangel Michael specifically, and read Psalm 91 if you can find a Bible." I'm not particularly religious, but at that point, I would have tried anything. I didn't have a physical Bible, but I pulled up Psalm 91 on my phone browser. With tears streaming down my face and my voice cracking, I started reading it out loud. "Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty." As I read, the touching became more agitated, almost angry. The headache intensified to the point where I could barely see through the pain, but I kept reading, my voice getting stronger as I went. "I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in whom I trust." Then I called out, "Archangel Michael, please help me, please make this stop." I repeated it over and over, my words slurring together through my tears and panic. What happened next still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. The sexual touching stopped abruptly, like someone had flipped a switch, but instead of feeling relief, I felt something else entirely. Something different had entered the room. My feet suddenly felt like they were superglued to the floor. I was standing in the middle of my living room at this point, and when I tried to move, it felt like my skin would tear off if I pulled any harder. I was completely immobilized. Then came a distinct shushing sensation. Not a sound, but more like a feeling of being quieted, as if someone was pressing a finger to my lips and mind simultaneously, telling my racing thoughts to be still. And then the new touching began. This wasn't sexual at all. It felt like hands, multiple hands, moving over my body methodically, like they were examining me, or I don't know how else to describe it, putting pieces back into place. It was as if this new entity, or entities, was fixing whatever the first one had disturbed. The pressure on different parts of my body came in sequence: head, shoulders, chest, abdomen, legs, each touch firm but not painful. With each area that was fixed, I felt a small release of the tension and violation I'd been experiencing. This went on for maybe 5 minutes, though it felt much longer. The whole time my feet remained fixed to the floor, and that shushing sensation continued to keep me quiet and still. I wasn't scared anymore, oddly enough. It felt like being examined by a doctor, clinical but necessary. Finally, there was one last touch on the top of my head, almost like a pat, and then everything released at once. My feet could move again, the headache vanished, and the apartment felt empty. Truly empty, not the false emptiness from before when something invisible had been there with me. I collapsed onto my couch and sobbed for what felt like hours. When I finally checked my phone, Allie had sent dozens of messages asking if I was okay. I could only type, "It's gone," before putting the phone down and curling into a ball. I didn't sleep in my apartment that night. I went to a hotel and stayed there for 3 days before I worked up the courage to go back. When I did return, I brought a friend who waited while I packed up as much as I could. I broke my lease and moved out within a week. It's been 2 years, and I've never experienced anything like that again. I still don't know what it was or why it chose me. Sometimes I try to convince myself it was all a hallucination or some kind of waking nightmare, but deep down, I know what I felt was real. I haven't told many people. Who would believe me? Even writing this now, I'm shaking and having to take breaks, but I needed to get it out somewhere, to people who might understand or who might have experienced something similar. The worst part isn't even the memory of the violation. It's not knowing what that entity wanted from me, not knowing what the second presence was that fixed me, not knowing if it could happen again someday. I live with this uncertainty every day, and sometimes I think that's the real haunting, the not knowing, and the fear that someday, when I least expect it, I'll feel that first touch on my back again. Story 3. I still can't explain what happened that summer at Blackwater Lake. I've tried to make sense of it for months now, but there are some things that just don't fit into the neat little boxes we create to understand our world. I need to get this off my chest, even if no one believes me. My sister Emma and I moved to Blackwater about 2 years ago. It's one of those tiny communities where everyone knows everyone. About 40 houses scattered around a lake that stretches for miles, surrounded by dense pine forest. The kind of place city people romanticize until they realize there's no decent coffee shop within 30 miles and the internet cuts out every time it rains. We got the place dirt cheap, too cheap, looking back. The previous owners practically gave it away, barely even negotiated. Our cottage sits at the bottom of a steep hill with a gravel road leading up to the main road that circles the lake. Behind the house, there's a creek that feeds into the lake. Pretty in a wild sort of way, but I always felt uneasy around it. I should have paid more attention to the whispers when we first moved in, the way conversations would stop when we entered the general store, the pitying looks, the warnings about staying away from the eastern shore after dark. I dismissed it all as small-town superstition. That was before I found the box in the attic. I was up there looking for a place to store some winter clothes when I noticed a loose floorboard. Underneath was a metal box, rusted around the edges. Inside were photographs, old ones from maybe the 70s or 80s based on the clothing and hairstyles. Women, mostly older, standing in circles near the water's edge. In some photos, they held candles. In others, they were arranged around strange symbols drawn in the dirt. I showed them to Emma, who brushed it off as hippie stuff, but I couldn't shake the feeling there was something more to it. That's when I started asking questions. Mr. Grayson at the general store finally told me about Catherine Mercer. She'd been married to a man named James who owned our property back in the 90s. One day, Catherine vanished. James claimed she'd left him, gone back to her family in Oregon. Nobody questioned it until 3 years later, when a psychic passing through town had some kind of episode at a local fundraiser. She started screaming about a woman buried by water, begging to be found. The police initially dismissed her, but she was so insistent that a few officers finally agreed to check it out. They found Catherine's body in a shallow grave by the creek behind our house, just where the psychic said it would be. James killed himself before they could arrest him. I couldn't sleep for days after hearing that story. I kept thinking about Catherine, buried so close to where I slept every night, and those women in the photographs. What were they doing? Were they connected somehow? That's when the dog appeared. It was a sunny day in late July. My best friend Lily was visiting from Portland, and we were hanging out on the back deck, drinking beer and catching up. I noticed movement down by the creek embankment, a small beagle sniffing around the water's edge. Its coat was tan and white, healthy looking, not like a stray. "Hey, look at that dog," I said to Lily. "Wonder who it belongs to." Lily waved at it, but the dog just stared at us for a moment before trotting off into the woods. "Probably belongs to someone up the road," she said, and we forgot about it. A week later, after Lily had gone home, I started hearing howling at night. Not like coyotes or wolves. This was a dog's howl, singular and purposeful. It always came from the same place, the hill overlooking our house where the gravel road meets the main road. Emma heard it too. "That's weird," she said one night as we stood on the porch, listening to the lonely sound. "It's like it's calling to someone." "Or warning them," I said, though I don't know why those words came out of my mouth. The howling continued for several nights. Then one morning, as I was getting the mail at the end of our driveway, I saw it. The same beagle, sitting on the hill watching our house. When it saw me looking, it stood up, wagged its tail once, then sat back down. I called to it, but it didn't move. It just kept staring. The next day, Emma and I decided to walk up and see if we could catch it. Maybe it had a collar with contact information. As we approached, the dog stood up and walked a few yards away, then stopped and looked back at us. "Here, puppy," Emma called, making kissing noises with her lips. The dog wagged its tail, but didn't come closer. Instead, it took a few more steps away, then stopped again, looking back. "I think it wants us to follow it," I said. Emma laughed. "What is this, lassie?" But she followed me as I started walking after the dog. Every time we got within about 20 feet, it would trot ahead, maintaining the distance between us. But here's the weird part. Whenever we stopped, it stopped too, turning to make sure we were still coming. We followed it up to the main road, where it led us along the shoulder for about a quarter mile until we reached another hill. This one was steeper, with a clearing at the top that overlooked the eastern shore of the lake. The dog ran to the top and waited. By the time we reached the summit, I was out of breath. The view was stunning. The lake stretched out below us, the afternoon sun making the water glitter. The dog was sitting at the edge of the clearing, where the trees began again. "Good dog," I said, approaching slowly. "Let's see who you belong to." But as I got close, the dog suddenly darted into the woods, down a steep slope covered in brambles and fallen trees. It stopped about halfway down and looked back at us. "No way," Emma said. "I'm not breaking my neck going down there." We were both wearing shorts and sandals, completely wrong for bushwhacking. The dog seemed to understand we weren't following anymore. It gave a short bark, then continued down to the bottom of the hill, where it began sniffing in a specific area. Its whole demeanor changed. Head down, tail straight, moving in tight circles around one spot. "It's hunting something," Emma said. But it didn't look like hunting to me. It looked like searching. The dog kept returning to the same spot, digging a little, then stopping to look up at us before continuing. After a few minutes of this, the beagle stopped, sat down, and let out a long, mournful howl that made the hair on my arms stand up. Then it turned and trotted off, disappearing into the dense underbrush. "That was weird," Emma said, but I could tell she was unsettled too. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the dog, how deliberate its actions seemed. I got up around 3 in the morning and went to the kitchen for some water. Through the window, I could see the moon reflecting on the lake. As I stood there, I noticed movement at the edge of our property, near the creek. The beagle was back, pacing along the embankment where I'd first seen it. In the moonlight, its coat looked almost silvery. I slipped on my shoes and a jacket over my pajamas and went outside. The night was unnaturally quiet. No crickets, no frogs from the creek. Nothing. Just the sound of my own breathing and the soft padding of the dog's paws on the damp earth. It saw me coming and stopped, watching me approach. "Hey there," I said softly. "What are you doing out here?" The dog turned and walked a few feet along the creek bank, then looked back at me. Again, that clear invitation to follow. This time I did. It led me along the creek for about 100 yards, to a spot where the bank widened into a small sandy area. The dog stopped there and began digging frantically, dirt flying between its paws. I felt cold all over, remembering Catherine Mercer's shallow grave. "Stop," I said, but my voice came out as a whisper. The dog looked up at me, its eyes reflecting the moonlight in a way that seemed almost human in their intelligence. Then it resumed digging. I should have turned around. I should have gone back to the house and called someone, the police, animal control, anyone. Instead, I knelt down and began to help, scooping away the loose soil with my hands. We didn't have to dig far. About 8 inches down, my fingers touched something smooth and cylindrical. I brushed away more dirt and found a plastic tube, the kind used for storing documents. My hands were shaking as I pulled it out and unscrewed the cap. Inside was a rolled-up piece of paper, protected from the elements by the watertight container. I unrolled it carefully. It was a map of the lake, hand-drawn, with markings in red ink at various points around the shore. One spot was circled heavily, the eastern shore, near where the dog had led us earlier that day. Scrawled across the bottom in shaky handwriting were the words, "They meet at the new moon. God help us all." I looked up to ask the dog something, anything, but it was gone, vanished as silently as it had appeared. I spun around, scanning the darkness, but there was no sign of it. The next day was a blur. I showed Emma the map, and we argued about what to do. She wanted to forget about it, said we were letting our imaginations run wild. I wanted to check out the marked locations. "This isn't some Nancy Drew mystery, Amanda," she snapped. "That dog probably belongs to someone nearby, and you're reading way too much into this." Maybe she was right, but that night was the new moon, and I couldn't stop thinking about the map and the message. After Emma went to bed, I grabbed a flashlight and my phone and headed out to the spot on the eastern shore. It was a stupid, dangerous thing to do, but I had to know. The marked location was about a mile from our house, in a cove sheltered by tall pines. As I approached, I killed my flashlight. There was just enough starlight to see by, and something told me I didn't want to announce my presence. I smelled the smoke before I saw anything. Wood smoke mixed with something sharper, more pungent. Then I heard voices, low and rhythmic, like chanting. I crept closer, staying within the tree line. In a small clearing by the water's edge stood 7 women in a circle. They wore ordinary clothes, jeans, sweaters, nothing like the robes you see in movies, but they held candles, and in the center of their circle was a small fire burning in a stone-lined pit. I recognized 3 of them from town: the librarian, the woman who ran the boat rental, and Mrs. Phelps, who owned the general store with her husband. Normal people I interacted with regularly. They were passing something around the circle, a small object I couldn't make out. Each woman held it for a moment, whispered something over it, then passed it on. I shifted position to get a better look and stepped on a dry branch. The crack seemed deafening in the quiet night. The chanting stopped. 7 heads turned in my direction. "Who's there?" called Mrs. Phelps, her voice hard and commanding. I froze, not daring to breathe. "Show yourself," another voice demanded. I was about to turn and run when I heard a bark from behind me. The beagle burst past me, running straight into the circle of women. They scattered, startled, and the dog ran to the fire pit, barking frantically at something on the ground beside it. "It's the Mercer dog," one of the women gasped. Mrs. Phelps stepped forward. Impossible. That dog's been dead for 20 years. I didn't wait to hear more. I ran, crashing through the underbrush, not caring about the noise now. Behind me, I heard shouts and the sound of pursuit. I don't remember much about that run through the dark woods. Somehow, I made it home, locked the doors, and huddled in my bedroom until morning, jumping at every sound. Emma found me there when she woke up. I told her everything, expecting her to think I'd lost my mind. Instead, she went pale. "We need to leave," she said, "today." We packed essentials in silence, loaded the car, and were on the highway before noon. Emma called a friend in Seattle who said we could stay with her until we figured things out. As we drove away from Blackwater Lake, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the beagle following us, but the road remained empty. We never went back for our things. We hired a company to pack up the house and put everything in storage. The cottage is up for sale now, priced well below market value, just like when we bought it. I still have the map. I've researched the lake's history, trying to understand what I saw that night. The more I learn, the more questions I have. What were those women doing? What did they mean about the Mercer dog? And why did it lead me to that map, to that ritual? Sometimes I dream about the beagle. In my dreams, it's trying to tell me something important, but I can't understand. I wake up with the feeling that I left something unfinished at Blackwater Lake, but I'm never going back there. Some mysteries should remain unsolved. Story 4. I've never told this story to anyone besides my mom and a couple of close friends, who mostly just nodded politely while probably thinking I was making it up. I don't blame them. I'd think the same thing if someone told me this story. But it's been 18 years now, and I still can't explain what my dad and I saw that night in 2005. I was 13 at the time, living in Oak Ridge, the kind of small town where everyone knows everyone else and nothing exciting ever happens. My dad and I had this thing we'd do a couple times a week, where we'd drive around the back roads in his old Chevy pickup, usually right around dusk. We called them our wildlife drives. It was our special thing, just him and me. Mom never came along. She'd roll her eyes and say we were just burning gas, but I lived for those evenings. The area around Oak Ridge is nothing but woods, farmland, and more woods. We'd spot deer almost every time, sometimes foxes, once even a black bear with cubs. Dad would slow down, we'd watch for a bit, then continue on. He knew every dirt road and trail in the county, I swear. This particular night was in late October. It had gotten dark earlier than we expected, one of those sudden autumn evenings where the sun just seems to drop out of the sky. We'd been out for maybe an hour, hadn't seen much wildlife, and were heading back toward town on this winding road that cuts through a thick stretch of forest. We were coming down this steep hill, doing maybe 40 or 45 miles per hour. Dad had the high beams on, and we were just chatting about my science project, something about the solar system, when this deer burst out from the trees on the right side of the road, directly in front of us. Dad slammed on the brakes and the truck skidded. I remember the sound of gravel crunching under the tires and that feeling in your stomach when you stop suddenly. We must have missed that deer by inches. It bounded across the road and disappeared into the woods on the left side. Dad was cursing under his breath, and I was about to say something like, "That was close," when we both saw it at the exact same moment. A light. But not just any light. This wasn't a flashlight or headlights or anything normal. This was something else entirely. It came from the same direction as the deer, moving incredibly fast, maybe 50 miles per hour. It was about 5 feet off the ground, and it was following the exact same path the deer had taken. The light had this central core, I guess you'd call it, about the size of a softball. It was blindingly bright, almost painful to look at directly, but I couldn't look away. It wasn't a pure white light. It had this slight bluish tint to it. The strangest part, it illuminated everything around it, the trees, the brush, even the inside of our truck cab lit up as it passed. But in this unnatural way, things didn't just get brighter. They looked different somehow, like everything was suddenly in ultra-high definition. And it was completely silent, absolutely no sound at all. We watched, frozen, as this light thing chased after the deer, weaving through the trees on the left side of the road, It moved like it knew exactly where it was going, dodging around tree trunks without slowing down, never getting caught on branches. It looked almost fluid, not solid at all, more like a ball of gas or plasma, but it kept its perfect round shape the whole time. Dad's hands were still gripping the steering wheel so tight, his knuckles were white. Neither of us said anything for what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds or so. We just watched this light chase the deer deeper into the woods until we couldn't see it anymore. Then Dad finally broke the silence. "Did you see that?" he asked, his voice shaky. "Yeah," I said. "What was it?" "I don't know." That's what freaked me out the most. My dad always knew everything. He could identify any animal track, tell you what kind of bird was singing without seeing it, fix anything that broke in our house. But this, he had no explanation. We sat there for another minute, both of us staring into the woods where the light had disappeared. Dad finally put the truck back in drive, and we continued home. But we were quiet the whole way. When we got back, we didn't even mention it to my mom. The next morning, I half convinced myself I'd dreamed it. But then Dad brought it up while we were eating breakfast when Mom was in the shower. "About what we saw last night," he said, keeping his voice low. "I've been thinking about it. Could have been some kind of experimental drone or something. But this was 2005. Consumer drones weren't really a thing yet, at least not ones that could move like that, and definitely not ones that bright or that fast. Maybe it was ball lightning," I suggested, remembering something I'd read in a science magazine. Dad shook his head. "Ball lightning doesn't chase deer through the woods." And that was the thing. It was chasing the deer, not randomly floating or drifting, but pursuing it with purpose, like a predator. It moved with intention. I've spent years trying to come up with some rational explanation. A flashlight attached to a remote-controlled car. No way it could navigate that terrain at that speed. Some kind of military tech being tested in our backwoods. Why would they do that near a public road? A helicopter spotlight? We would have heard it, and no helicopter could maneuver between trees like that. What keeps coming back to me is how impossibly precise its movements were. The forest there is dense. Lots of underbrush, fallen logs, uneven ground. Whatever this light was, it navigated all of that perfectly while moving at highway speeds. No human could have controlled something to move that way. It was like the light itself was intelligent or being guided by something that could see and react faster than any person could. The color and consistency of it haunts me too. It never flickered or changed brightness. It didn't cast shadows like normal light. It just made everything around it glow. And the way it illuminated the inside of our truck as it passed by, for a split second, I could see every speck of dust on the dashboard, every tiny crack in the vinyl seats. For weeks afterward, Dad and I kept taking our drives, hoping to see it again, though neither of us admitted that's what we were doing. We never did. We eventually stopped talking about it, but sometimes I'd catch Dad scanning the tree line as we drove, and I knew he was looking for it too. I'm 31 now. Dad passed away 3 years ago, heart attack, completely unexpected. Sometimes I wonder if I should have tried harder to figure out what we saw that night, like I owed it to him somehow. I've looked online over the years, searching for similar experiences. There are plenty of strange light phenomena out there, the Marfa lights in Texas, the Min lights in Australia, but nothing quite like what we saw. The rational part of my brain still tries to explain it away. Maybe it was some atmospheric phenomenon that just happened to move in the same direction as the deer. Maybe it was some kind of reflection from another vehicle we didn't see. Maybe we both experienced some weird shared hallucination brought on by the adrenaline of nearly hitting that deer. But none of those explanations feel right, because here's the thing. This light moved with purpose. It was hunting. I'm absolutely certain of that. And whatever it was intelligent. I drive those same roads now, sometimes when I visit my mom back in Oak Ridge. I always slow down at that particular hill, scanning the trees, half hoping, half dreading to see that light again. I never have. The strangest part is how this experience changed how I see the world. Before that night, I had a pretty simple understanding of reality. What you see is what exists. End of story. Now, I'm not so sure. There's something deeply unsettling about witnessing something that shouldn't exist according to everything you've been taught. It makes you question what else might be out there, just beyond our perception or understanding. I've never been able to shake the feeling that whatever we saw that night wasn't supposed to be seen by us, like we accidentally glimpsed behind a curtain we weren't meant to look behind. Sometimes I wonder if that deer escaped, or if the light caught up to it deeper in the woods. And sometimes, on darker nights when I'm alone with my thoughts, I wonder something worse. What if it wasn't chasing the deer at all? What if the deer was running from it for the same reason we sped away from that spot as quickly as we could once we snapped out of our shock? Because something felt wrong about that light. Not just strange or unexplainable, but wrong, like it didn't belong in our world. I still have nightmares about it occasionally. In the dreams, I'm alone on that road, and the light isn't chasing a deer, it's coming for me. And in the dreams, I always know what it is, and I'm terrified. Then I wake up, and the knowledge slips away, leaving nothing but the fear. Dad and I saw something that night in 2005 that I can't explain. Something intelligent, something that moved with purpose, something that, for whatever reason, was hunting in the woods of Oak Ridge. And sometimes I can't help but wonder if it's still out there, moving silently through the trees, searching for whatever it's looking for. Story 5. I still get goosebumps whenever I think about what happened at St. Francis Academy when I was in 4th grade. It's been 15 years, but the memories are so vivid they might as well have happened yesterday. I've never shared this story publicly before, but I need to get it off my chest. I was 10 years old, attending St. Francis Academy in Manila. It was a Catholic school that had both elementary and high school departments separated by an open canteen area. There was also a small church near the main gate. My dad had moved us to Manila from the province for better opportunities, and St. Francis was supposed to be one of the better schools in the area. That day started like any other Tuesday. I remember it was Tuesday because we had science class first thing in the morning, and I was excited about the plant growth experiment we were checking on. The classroom was humid despite the ceiling fans spinning overhead. Manila heat, you know. Even in the mornings it was sticky. I was sitting at my desk, second row from the window, where I could sometimes catch a breeze. Ms. Reyes was writing something on the blackboard about photosynthesis when there was a knock at the door. She seemed annoyed at first, but when she opened it, I saw her face change. I can't explain it exactly. It wasn't just surprise. It was fear. Mr. Aquino, the assistant principal, was whispering something to her. His face was pale, and he kept looking over his shoulder down the hallway. Ms. Reyes nodded, her hand going to her throat where she wore a small gold crucifix. She always touched it when she was nervous. When she turned back to us, her voice was shaky. "Children," she said, trying to sound calm but failing completely. "We need to pack up our things quietly. We're leaving early today." The class erupted in excited whispers. Early dismissal was usually a cause for celebration, but something about Ms. Reyes' expression made my stomach knot up. This wasn't normal. She wasn't smiling. Her hands were trembling as she gathered her own papers. "Quietly, please," she repeated more firmly this time. "And quickly. Leave nothing behind." We did as we were told. I remember the sound of 28 backpacks being zipped up seemed unnaturally loud in that moment. When we were ready, Ms. Reyes had us line up by the door, and she did something she'd never done before. She told us to hold hands. "Don't let go of each other," she instructed. "We're going to walk straight to the main gate. Don't stop for anything." The hallway was empty as we filed out. That was the first real sign something was wrong. Usually during class changes, there would be students milling about, teachers walking between rooms, but there was nobody. Our footsteps echoed off the tiled floors and concrete walls. As we walked past the other classrooms, I could see through the small windows in the doors that they were empty too. Where had everyone gone? I squeezed the hands of my classmates on either side of me, drawing comfort from their presence. The strangest part was the silence. St. Francis was never quiet during school hours. Even when classes were in session, you could hear the distant sounds of physical education classes in the yard or choir practice from the music room. But that day, there was nothing. Just the shuffling of our feet and the occasional sniff from a classmate who had started to cry without knowing why. When we reached the courtyard that separated the elementary school from the high school section, Miss Reyes stopped abruptly. She muttered something that sounded like a prayer. I peered around her and saw something I'll never forget. Near the canteen area, there were 12 or 15 high school students lying on the ground. Some were on towels, others directly on the concrete. A few were completely still, like they'd fallen asleep in the middle of the day. But others were moving in ways people shouldn't move. One girl was thrashing around, her back arching impossibly high, while two male teachers tried to hold her down. Her uniform was soaked with sweat, and there was foam at the corners of her mouth. Nearby, a boy was sitting upright but rigid, his eyes rolled back, showing only the whites, while he spoke in a voice that didn't sound like it could possibly come from a teenager. Another student was scratching at his own face so violently that blood was trickling down his cheeks. A teacher was trying to grab his wrists, but he was incredibly strong. I couldn't make out what any of them were saying. It was a mixture of screams, muttering, and words in languages I didn't recognize. Ms. Reyes noticed me staring and quickly moved to block my view. "Eyes forward," she commanded, her voice cracking. "Keep walking." But it was too late. I'd seen it. We all had. A girl behind me started sobbing, and a boy near the front of the line threw up from sheer terror. We hurried past the scene, staying as far from the affected students as possible. I couldn't help looking back once. That's when I saw Sister Maria, the oldest nun at our school, kneeling beside one of the convulsing students, pressing a crucifix to their forehead while reading from a small black book. The student's body went rigid at the touch of the metal cross, and a scream tore through the air that didn't sound human at all. As we approached the main gate, I saw something else, unusual. Father Domingo, the parish priest whose church was connected to our school, was standing there with a silver bowl of holy water. As each student passed through the gate, he would dip his fingers in the water and make the sign of the cross on their foreheads, murmuring blessings in Latin. Outside the gate, a crowd of parents had gathered. They looked terrified. Word had somehow spread that something was happening at St. Francis. My classmates broke from the line as they spotted their parents, running into their arms with relief. My father wasn't there yet. He worked at an office downtown and wouldn't have heard the news. Ms. Reyes led those of us without parents to a shaded area and told us to sit tight. She was constantly checking her phone, probably messaging parents. Her hands were still shaking. I sat on a concrete bench, my backpack clutched to my chest like a shield. That's when I overheard two mothers talking nearby, their voices hushed, but clear enough in the strange quiet. "They found bones," one whispered. "The construction crew for the new building, human bones." "Diosco," the other gasped. "The whole place?" "An old cemetery, they're saying, before the school was built. They disturbed something." I felt sick. The new high school building had been under construction for months. It was going to be 3 stories tall with new science labs. The site was just behind the canteen area, right where those students had been lying. My father arrived about 30 minutes later, his face tight with worry. He'd left work as soon as the school called. He knelt down in front of me, checking me over as if expecting to find injuries. "Are you okay, Miguel?" he asked, his hands on my shoulders. I nodded, but I wasn't okay. Not really. I kept seeing that girl arching her back, the boy with the white eyes, the blood on the face of the student who'd been scratching himself. The school announced it would be closed for the rest of the week. They called it a health emergency in the text message to parents, but everyone seemed to know it was something else. The next day, my father took me with him to meet with the principal. I didn't want to go back to the school, but he insisted I needed to face my fears. The campus was nearly deserted except for a few teachers and staff. Yellow police tape cordoned off the construction site. Workers in white protective suits were carefully removing something from the ground and placing it in special containers. In the principal's office, I sat quietly while my father spoke with Sister Corazon, the school's principal. I pretended to read a magazine, but I was listening to every word. "How many students were affected?" my father asked. 17 in total, Sister Corazon replied, her voice low. "All from the high school, all in classes near the construction site." "And what exactly happened to them?" Sister Corazon hesitated, glancing at me. My father noticed and suggested I wait outside, but Sister Corazon shook her head. He saw it. Better he knows the truth than let his imagination run wild. She turned to face both of us. "The students experienced what we believe was a mass possession." My father scoffed slightly. He wasn't very religious, despite sending me to a Catholic school. "Sister, with all due respect—" "I know how it sounds," she interrupted. "But I've been an educator for 32 years. I know the difference between mass hysteria and something else. What these children displayed wasn't acting. It wasn't medical. One of them, a 14-year-old girl who can barely pass her English class, was speaking fluent Latin." My father fell silent at that. Sister Corazon continued. "The construction uncovered human remains, many remains. This land was a cemetery during the Spanish era. It was deconsecrated and supposedly cleared before the school was built in the 1970s, but clearly they missed some." "And you believe these are angry spirits?" my father asked cautiously. "I believe that something was disturbed," she replied. "One of the affected students, during a moment of lucidity, said that the spirit inside her was demanding offerings. It said more children would be cursed if we didn't comply." I remember feeling a chill run down my spine at those words. "What kind of offerings?" my father asked. "A native chicken, cooked in a specific way, to be offered at the acacia tree in the center of campus." The acacia tree. Everyone knew that tree. It was huge and ancient, predating the school by who knows how many years. Students weren't allowed to play near it because the roots had grown so large they'd cracked the concrete around the base. Sister Corazon explained that Father Domingo had performed a blessing ceremony the previous evening. The offering had been made as requested. The affected students had all been taken to a special retreat house run by the diocese, where priests experienced in such matters were attending to them. "Will they be okay?" I asked, speaking up for the first time. Sister Corazon looked at me with sad eyes. "We pray so, Miguel. We pray so." The school reopened the following week. Many parents had withdrawn their children, but my father, being practical, said I should finish the school year since it was only 2 more months. The construction site had been completely abandoned. I heard later that the plans for the new building had been scrapped entirely. Things seemed to return to normal, but nothing felt the same. The canteen area remained eerily quiet during lunch periods. No one wanted to sit near where it had happened. The acacia tree was now surrounded by a low fence with religious statues placed at intervals around it. I finished 4th grade at St. Francis, but I never returned the next year. My father sent me to live with my aunt in another province to continue my education there. He said it was for better opportunities, but I think he knew I couldn't bear to be near that place anymore. I've never been back to Manila since then. I can't. Just thinking about that school, that tree, those students with their unnatural movements and voices that weren't their own, it still gives me nightmares. Sometimes I wonder about those 17 students. Did they recover? Do they remember what happened to them, what spoke through them? Or are they like me, forever changed by something they can't explain? All I know is that some places have memories longer than ours, and sometimes, when disturbed, those memories wake up angry. Story 6. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened at my mom's cabin last fall. It's been 8 months, but I haven't been able to shake the memory. I've never been the superstitious type. I'm usually the first to laugh at ghost stories, but what happened that day in Blackwater County changed everything. My brother Marcus and I had gone up to our mom's cabin to help with some end-of-season maintenance. The place is pretty remote, about 30 minutes from the nearest town, surrounded by dense pine forest. It's beautiful during the day, but when night falls, the woods become this impenetrable wall of darkness. Mom's owned the cabin for years, and we've spent countless weekends there without incident. That Saturday started normally enough. We arrived around 10 in the morning. Mom brought along her 3-year-old granddaughter, Ellie. "Everything okay, sweetheart?" he asked after I apologized for waking him. "Yeah, everything's fine," I lied. "Just checking in. How's the treatment going?" We chatted for a few minutes about mundane things. I didn't mention what had happened at the cabin. What would I even say? "By the way, Dad, something in the woods was impersonating you today." Before hanging up, Dad asked, "How's the cabin looking? Ready for winter?" "It's all set," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "But I don't think Marcus and I will be going back until spring." "That's probably wise," he replied. "Those woods can be dangerous in winter." Something in his tone made me pause. "What do you mean?" There was a long silence on the line. Finally, he said, "Just be careful up there, Lily. Some places have memories. The land remembers things we try to forget." He wouldn't elaborate further, and we ended the call soon after. His cryptic warning only added to my unease. In the 8 months since that day, neither Marcus nor I has returned to the cabin. Mom's been back twice for brief daytime visits, but never alone and never staying past sunset. She's talking about selling the place, though she won't admit it's because of what happened. Marcus still can't explain what he heard. He's convinced it was Dad's voice. Not similar, not close, but exact in every detail. The specific way our father says his name is something personal between them, a small reminder of their shared heritage. Whatever was in those woods somehow knew that intimate detail and used it. I've researched local folklore, looking for stories about voice mimicry or entities in the woods. There are plenty of legends about skinwalkers and wendigos in Native American traditions, spirits that can imitate human voices to lure victims. The rational part of me dismisses these as campfire tales, but another part, the part that felt that presence watching us, isn't so sure. Sometimes I wake up at night thinking I hear someone calling my name from outside my window. It's never there when I look, but the feeling of being watched lingers. I don't know what was waiting in the darkness behind my mother's cabin that evening. I don't know what would have happened if Marcus had followed that voice. But I'm certain of one thing. It meant him harm. It used the voice of someone he trusts implicitly to try to separate him from us. And sometimes, in my darkest thoughts, I wonder if it's still there, waiting for us to return, learning new voices to call us with, learning my name. Story 7. I've never told this story in full before, mainly because people think I'm making it up or exaggerating. I don't blame them. Before it happened to me, I wouldn't have believed it either. But I need to get this off my chest because it still affects me 3 years later. In September of 2019, I moved into this old house near campus with 3 other girls, Maddie, Jess, and Kate. We were all second-year students at the university, and we were excited to get away from dorm life. The house itself was pretty standard student accommodation, a bit run down, drafty windows, creaky floors. The landlord said it was built in the 1920s, which explained the weird layout and the outdated fixtures. The first week was normal. We were settling in, unpacking, getting used to living together. Then Maddie had this dream that changed everything. I remember her coming down to breakfast looking absolutely exhausted, dark circles under her eyes. When we asked what was wrong, she hesitated before telling us, "I had this dream, but it didn't feel like a dream," she said, her hands shaking around her coffee mug. There was a woman standing in the corner of my room, just standing there watching me, and the way she moved wasn't right, like jerky and too fast. When I tried to turn away, she was suddenly in another corner. I tried to wake myself up, but then there was a man sitting at the edge of my bed, and every time I tried to move or speak, he just kept saying no over and over. We laughed it off, obviously, told her she shouldn't have watched that horror movie the night before. But then Kate mentioned she'd woken up at exactly 5:45 that morning for no reason, and Jess said she had too, and so had I. The next day, all four of us woke up at exactly 5:45 again, and the day after that, and the day after that. We're university students. We don't wake up before noon unless we absolutely have to. It was so unnatural. Then came the footsteps. I first heard them one afternoon when I was alone in the house working on an assignment. They sounded wet, like someone had just gotten out of the shower and was walking around upstairs, but no one was home. I called out anyway, thinking maybe one of the girls had come back early. No answer. When I went upstairs to check, the bathroom was completely dry. No one had showered, but the footsteps continued, always just in the next room, always just out of sight. I told myself it was the pipes or the house settling. About 3 weeks after moving in, we started noticing other things. Kate complained about feeling pressure on her head while she was studying in her room, like someone was pressing down with their hands. Jess woke up one morning to find all her drawers open, even though she specifically remembered closing them the night before. "I'm not going crazy, right?" Jess asked us over breakfast. "I know I closed all those drawers." We all had similar stories by then. My wardrobe door would swing open when I was in bed. Kate's books would be in different positions from where she left them. Maddie's jewelry would be arranged differently on her dresser. One night in early October, we were all studying in the living room when we heard 3 distinct claps from upstairs. We looked at each other, frozen. "Did you guys hear that?" Kate whispered. We all nodded. Maddie suggested we go check, but none of us moved. Eventually, we convinced ourselves it was something falling or the wind somehow. That night, I woke up suddenly and checked my phone. 3:33 exactly. As I laid there, I heard footsteps in the hallway, slow and deliberate. Then a loud bang, like someone had slammed their hand against the wall. I was too terrified to get up and check. I just laid there, heart pounding, until I finally fell back asleep around 5. At breakfast, Maddie mentioned waking up at 3:33 to footsteps and a bang. So did Kate. So did Jess. "This is getting weird," Kate said, pushing her cereal around. "Like, beyond coincidence, weird." The next day, Kate and Jess were in the upstairs bathroom doing their makeup when they both saw something in the mirror, a small, blurry black mass moving out of my bedroom. At the exact same moment, I was in my room and saw the same thing cross from one side to the other. When we compared notes later, we realized we'd all seen the same thing at the same time, from different perspectives. We started keeping the lights on at night. We made rules about not being alone in the house. We told ourselves it was just our imaginations feeding off each other, but deep down, we knew it wasn't. The knocking started next. 3 clear knocks on Maddie and Kate's bedroom door one night when they were both inside the room. They thought it was Jess or me, but we were both in the living room watching Netflix. The knocks were so distinct that they paused their conversation to say, "Come in." But when no one did, Kate got up to check. No one was there. By November, we were all sleeping poorly. We'd wake up at random times, feeling watched. The footsteps continued. The pressure sensations got worse. Now all of us felt it regularly, like invisible hands pressing down on our heads or shoulders. The worst night, the night that still gives me nightmares, was November 15th. I remember the date because we had a big exam the next day. Jess went to use the downstairs bathroom around midnight. She came running back to the living room, white as a sheet. "There's someone in there," she gasped. I saw him, a man like a white shape standing by the shower. We didn't believe her at first. Kate and I went to check while Maddie stayed with Jess. The bathroom was empty, but it was freezing cold compared to the rest of the house, so cold I could see my breath. We all decided to sleep in the living room that night. We pushed the furniture against the walls and laid out our blankets and pillows on the floor. Safety in numbers, we thought. Around 2 in the morning we heard it, a violent bashing against Maddie's bedroom door upstairs, not knocking. Bashing, like someone was throwing their entire body against it repeatedly. The whole house seemed to shake. "Should we call the police?" Kate whispered. "And tell them what? That our empty house is making noise," Jess replied. The bashing stopped as suddenly as it had started. We huddled together, none of us brave enough to go check. Then, After about 10 minutes of silence, Jess sat bolt upright. "Did you guys hear that?" she asked. We shook our heads. Someone just said, "Hello," upstairs, in Olivia's voice. I felt my blood turn to ice. "That's impossible. I'm right here and I didn't say anything." "I know," Jess insisted. "But it was your voice, clear as day, coming from your bedroom." I remember looking at my friends' faces in the dim light of our phones and seeing real fear there. Not just being spooked or creeped out, genuine primal fear. Because we all knew I was downstairs. We all knew I hadn't spoken, and we all knew there was no TV or radio playing, no video running on any of our devices that could have made that sound. Something in that house had perfectly mimicked my voice. We didn't sleep at all that night. At dawn, we packed bags with our essentials and went to stay with other friends. We made excuses about heating issues in the house. We came back only in groups to get more of our things. The landlord wouldn't let us break the lease, so we ended up paying rent on a place none of us lived in for the rest of the academic year. It was worth every penny. I still think about that house sometimes, about what might have been living there with us, about why it chose to use my voice that night. Was it trying to lure Jess upstairs? Was it mocking us? I've researched the history of the house since then and found nothing remarkable. No tragic deaths, no violent crimes, just an ordinary old house that happened to have something extraordinary and terrifying inside it. The worst part is knowing it's still there. Some other students are living in that house now, probably experiencing the same things we did. Maybe worse. I've thought about trying to warn them, but what would I say? By the way, your house is haunted, and something in it can mimic people's voices. They wouldn't believe me. I wouldn't have believed me either. But I know what I experienced. I know what my friends experienced. And I know that whatever was in that house, it wasn't human. It never was. And it's still there, waiting for the next group of students to move in, waiting to whisper hello in someone else's voice. I've never been able to explain what happened in that house. The logical part of my brain wants to find rational explanations. Old pipes, drafty windows, group hysteria. But none of that explains how 4 different people could experience the exact same things at the exact same times. None of that explains how something could sound exactly like me when I was nowhere near it. Sometimes I wake up at 3:33 in the morning in my new apartment, and I swear I can hear wet footsteps in the hallway. I swear I can feel pressure on my head, and I lie there paralyzed, wondering if it followed me home. Story 8. I still get goosebumps every time I walk up a certain type of staircase. My friends think I'm being dramatic, but they weren't there. They didn't see what I saw, and they definitely didn't feel that ice-cold dread that starts in your stomach and spreads through your whole body when you realize you're not alone, and the someone with you shouldn't even exist. I worked at Millfield Print and Design for almost 9 years. It wasn't glamorous, but I liked it. Our shop was in this cool old Victorian house that had been converted into a business. The building itself was gorgeous from the outside, 2 stories with that classic architecture you see in historic districts, complete with a wraparound porch and those ornate details they just don't put on buildings anymore. The inside, though, that's where things got weird. From my first week there, I noticed strange things happening. Not dramatic movie-style hauntings with flying objects or blood dripping down walls. It was subtler than that. The temperature would suddenly drop in certain spots. You'd hear footsteps overhead when nobody was upstairs. Lights would turn on in rooms nobody had entered. My co-workers all had their stories. Megan, who handled customer orders, swore she'd hear someone calling her name when she was alone in the front office. Derek, our production manager, refused to be the last one in the building after he saw a shadow person standing in the doorway of the supply closet. Our boss, Heather, tried to explain it all away. Old pipes, settling foundation, overactive imaginations. But even she wouldn't go into the basement alone. The worst spot was the staircase. It connected the main floor where we had the print equipment and customer service desk to the second floor where we had our design offices and conference room. The stairs were steep and narrow, winding up with a sharp turn at the top. The upper landing had this open area where you could look down into the stairwell. I can't count how many times I saw something from the corner of my eye while working at my desk upstairs. A shadow moving up those stairs, always in the same pattern. It would ascend slowly, then round the corner toward my office. But whenever I'd turn to look directly, there'd be nothing there. Most days I could ignore it. I'd just put my headphones on, crank up my music, and focus on my design work. But there were days when the feeling of being watched was so intense I couldn't concentrate. October 15th, 4 years ago, that was the day everything changed. I remember the date because we were rushing a big Halloween promotional project for the local Chamber of Commerce. I'd been at my desk since 7 that morning, trying to finish the designs before our 2 o'clock deadline. Around 11, I needed to stretch my legs, so I walked over to the open area above the staircase. I was rolling my shoulders, trying to work out the kinks from hunching over my computer for hours. The sun was streaming through the stained glass window on the stair landing, creating these colorful patterns on the hardwood floor. It was actually kind of peaceful. I leaned against the railing and looked down the stairwell, and that's when I saw him. There was a head and neck, just a head and neck, floating about an inch above the handrail halfway up the stairs. An elderly man with a completely bald, round head and ears that stuck out prominently. He was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned white collar, like from a dress shirt. The collar just ended, no body, just this floating head and neck. The worst part was his expression. He looked utterly confused, his bushy eyebrows furrowed and his mouth slightly open, like he was trying to figure something out, and he was looking right at me. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stood there, my hands gripping the railing so hard my knuckles turned white. We stared at each other for what felt like forever but was probably only a few seconds. Then I blinked and he was gone. My whole body was trembling. I backed away from the railing and bumped into the wall behind me. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. "Casey, you okay?" It was Derek coming out of the conference room with some papers. I couldn't find my voice at first. When I did, it came out as a whisper. "I saw someone on the stairs." Derek looked over the railing. "There's nobody there." No, there was a face, a man's face, just his head, floating. Even as I said it, I knew how crazy it sounded. Derek laughed nervously. "Maybe you need a coffee break. You've been working since dawn." I nodded, grateful for the rational explanation, but I knew what I'd seen. That face was too detailed, too specific to be a hallucination. The way the light hit the wrinkles around his eyes, the few wispy hairs above his ears, the confused, almost lost expression. That wasn't my imagination. I avoided the staircase for the rest of the day. I took the back stairs, the narrow ones that led directly to the parking lot. Even though they were inconvenient, I didn't tell anyone else what I'd seen. I was afraid they'd think I was losing it. But that night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that face staring at me. I kept wondering who he was. Why was he there? Why did he look so confused? The next few days were tense. I'd jump at every little noise. I started taking the back stairs exclusively. I'd make excuses to avoid going upstairs alone. If I had to go up there, I'd practically run past the main staircase, keeping my eyes straight ahead. Gradually, though, life went back to normal, or as normal as it could be in that building. The weird occurrences continued, doors closing on their own, the sound of heavy footsteps when nobody was around, items not being where we'd left them, but I never saw the floating head again. I started to wonder if maybe Derek was right. Maybe I had been overworked and my mind was playing tricks on me. Fast forward 3 years. Millfield Print and Design closed down when Heather retired. The building sat empty for a few months before new owners bought it and turned it into a quilting shop called Stitch in Time. I hadn't been inside since we'd cleared out our equipment. But one Saturday afternoon, I was downtown with nothing to do and decided to check out the changes. Curiosity, I guess. When I walked in, the place was transformed. Bright, cheerful fabrics everywhere, new lighting, fresh paint. But the bones of the building were the same, those creaky floors, the narrow hallways, and that staircase. A woman about my mom's age greeted me. "Welcome to Stitch in Time. I'm Barbara, one of the owners." I introduced myself and explained I used to work there. Barbara lit up. "Oh, you must have so many stories about this place. My sister Martha and I have been researching the history since we bought it. Did you know it was originally a doctor's office?" I didn't. In all my years working there, nobody had ever mentioned that. "Oh yes," Barbara continued, waving for me to follow her toward the back of the shop. "It was built in the 1890s by Dr. James Lancaster as both his home and medical practice. After he passed, his son took over, Dr. Gus Lancaster. He practiced medicine here until the 1960s. She led me to a wall near the register where they'd created a little historical display about the building. There were old newspaper clippings, black and white photographs, and photocopies of documents in frames. After Dr. Gus died, the building was vacant for a while, then became a restaurant in the 70s, then your print shop, and now us. We're only the fourth business to occupy it in over 100 years. I was scanning the display, not really paying attention to Barbara's history lesson, when my eyes landed on a particular photograph. My blood turned to ice. It was him. The same round, bald head, the same prominent ears, the same serious expression. The man in the photo was wearing a white doctor's coat with a white collared shirt underneath, exactly the collar I had seen that day on the stairs. My hands started shaking. Who is that?" I managed to ask, pointing at the photo. "That's Dr. Gus Lancaster," Barbara said. "Practiced here for almost 40 years. They say he was quite the character. Refused to retire even when his eyesight started failing. Apparently, he'd still see patients well into his 80s. Died right here in the building, actually. Heart attack while walking up the stairs to his living quarters. I felt like I might pass out." "The stairs?" "Yes, the main staircase. Oh, would you like to see what we've done upstairs? We've turned the old offices into classroom spaces for quilting workshops." Before I could answer, Barbara was already heading toward the staircase. I followed her, my legs moving automatically while my mind raced. As we reached the staircase, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. All along the stairwell wall, they'd hung more historical photos. Doctors, nurses, and patients from when the building was a medical practice. And there, exactly halfway up the stairs, precisely where I had seen the floating head 3 years earlier, was a large framed portrait of Dr. Gus Lancaster. I stopped dead in my tracks, staring at the photo. It was positioned so that his head was at the exact height where I'd seen the apparition. Barbara noticed my reaction. "Are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." The irony of her words wasn't lost on me. I think I did. A few years ago." She turned, suddenly interested. "Really? We've had some strange experiences ourselves, things moving, noises at night. Martha swears someone tucks the fabric bolts back neatly sometimes when we leave them out." I took a deep breath and told her about what I'd seen that day on the stairs, the floating head, the confused expression, the white collar. I pointed to the exact spot. Barbara's eyes widened. That's remarkable. You know, according to town records, Dr. Gus died in 1968. He was walking up these stairs when he collapsed from a heart attack. The story goes that he was confused in his final moments, kept asking the paramedics what he was doing on the floor and why he couldn't get to his patients upstairs. A chill ran down my spine. So he died, confused, right here. Barbara nodded. "And now his picture hangs in exactly the spot where you saw him." She reached out and straightened the frame slightly. "Maybe he's still trying to figure out what happened to him." I never went back to the quilting shop after that day. I don't need to. I know what I saw wasn't my imagination or stress or lack of sleep. I saw Dr. Gus Lancaster, still confused about his sudden death, still trying to make his way upstairs to help his patients more than 50 years later. Sometimes I wonder if he's still there, that confused look on his face, floating above the handrail, trying to understand why he can't seem to reach the top of the stairs. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I swear I can feel someone watching me, someone with a round, bald head and prominent ears, someone who doesn't realize they're no longer among the living. Story 9. I need to get this off my chest. I've never talked about it with anyone outside my family, but it's been years now, and I still can't shake what happened. It was the summer after my first year of college. I was 19 and spending most nights at my girlfriend Amber's place. Her mom worked late shifts at Target, usually not getting home until 3 or 4 in the morning. And since they lived in one of those new housing developments where there'd been a string of break-ins, I'd stay over to make them both feel safer. It made sense. Amber was nervous being alone at night, and her mom felt better knowing someone else was in the house. This arrangement worked well for a few weeks. I'd hang out with Amber, we'd watch movies or whatever, and then I'd head back to my parents' place after her mom got home. My parents were cool with it as long as I wasn't too loud coming in. One night in late July, everything changed. Amber's mom got home around 3:30 and I headed out. It was only about a 10-minute drive to my parents' house, and when I pulled into the driveway, I immediately noticed something off. The dining room blinds were wide open. Now my dad was super strict about those blinds. Our dining room faced the street, and there was this bright street light that shined directly into my parents' bedroom window if the dining room blinds weren't closed. Dad would lose his mind if anyone left them open, especially at night. I figured someone had forgotten to close them before bed, so I unlocked the front door as quietly as possible and headed straight to the dining room to fix it before my dad woke up and started yelling. As I stepped into the dining room, the street light was casting this weird bluish glow through the window, and that's when I saw it, a silhouette standing by the window. My first thought was that it was my dad. He must have noticed the blinds were open and gotten up to close them himself. I immediately started apologizing in a whisper. "Sorry, Dad, I'm just getting in. I'll close these." But there was no response. Nothing. Just this figure standing there. Something felt wrong. The silhouette was too still, too dark. I couldn't make out any features, just this black shape against the window. And it was tall, taller than my dad. It had these broad shoulders and was weirdly thin. I stood frozen for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then the silhouette moved. It didn't walk or turn, it just sort of shifted toward the light switch on the wall. The feeling that washed over me is hard to describe. It was this overwhelming sense of dread, like all the air had been sucked out of the room. My skin got clammy and I felt physically sick, like I might throw up right there. I lunged for the light switch before whatever it was could reach it. I slapped the switch on, flooding the room with light, and nothing was there, nothing. The room was completely empty. I checked behind the curtains, behind the dining table, even under the table, nothing. I was shaking so bad I had to sit down. I closed the blinds and just sat there for like 20 minutes, trying to convince myself I was just tired, that I'd imagined it. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the light on in my room until the sun came up. The next morning at breakfast, I was exhausted and jumpy. My mom noticed and asked what was wrong. I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy, but finally told them what I'd seen. I expected eye rolls or jokes about staying out too late. What I didn't expect was the look my parents exchanged, or the way my little sister suddenly stopped eating her cereal, or how my older brother's face went pale. "You saw it too?" my brother finally asked, his voice weirdly quiet. That's when everything spilled out, and I realized I wasn't the only one who'd seen this thing. My brother, who worked night shifts at a warehouse, had come home about a month earlier around 2 in the morning. He was heading to the bathroom when he felt like he bumped into someone in the dark hallway. He said it felt like brushing against a person, but when he reached out, there was nothing there. Then he felt something wet on his foot, like he'd stepped in water. When he looked down, he saw what looked like wet, inky black footprints, like someone with bare feet had been standing there. But when he turned on the light, the footprints were gone. My 10-year-old sister's experience was even creepier. She'd woken up one night about 2 weeks before and felt her bed depress, like someone was sitting on it. When she opened her eyes, she saw a dark figure sitting at the foot of her bed. She said she couldn't see a face, just this black silhouette. She grabbed her little flashlight from under her pillow and turned it on, and the figure was gone. She'd been sleeping with her lights on ever since, but was too scared to tell anyone why. My mom had her own story. She'd been up late one night doing bills when she felt like someone was watching her. She turned around and saw what looked like a man sitting in my dad's reading chair in the corner of the living room. She thought it was Dad at first, but then remembered he was working late. When she called out, the figure seemed to melt into the shadows of the room. She'd convinced herself it was just her eyes playing tricks on her in the dim light. The biggest shock came from my dad. He's always been the skeptic in our family, the one who scoffs at ghost stories and has a logical explanation for everything. But even he had an experience. He works as a security supervisor at a manufacturing plant, and about 3 weeks before my incident, he was doing his rounds when he saw someone in the shadows of the building. Thinking it was an intruder, he chased after them, but the figure kept disappearing around corners impossibly fast. Dad said he followed it into a dead-end corridor, and when he turned on his flashlight, there was nothing there. No doors, no windows, nowhere the person could have gone. We all described the same thing, a tall, thin male figure with broad shoulders, and we all felt the same way when we saw it, sick, terrified, filled with this overwhelming sense of dread. My mom is religious, not super devout, but she goes to church most Sundays. After our family sharing session, she called her priest that same day. I remember her pacing in the kitchen, talking in a hushed voice, occasionally glancing over at us with this worried look. Father Mike came over that afternoon. He seemed to take it seriously, which surprised me. He didn't act like we were all crazy or making things up. He blessed the house, going room by room with holy water and prayers. He spent extra time in the dining room where I'd seen the figure and in my sister's bedroom. Before he left, Father Mike sat us all down in the living room. He didn't call it a demon or a ghost. He just called it a negative presence and said that sometimes these things are attracted to places or people for reasons we don't understand. He told us the blessing should help, but that we should call him if anything else happened. Nothing did. After that day, the shadow person never returned. At least none of us ever saw it again. It's been 6 years now, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've tried researching similar experiences online, and apparently shadow people are a thing that lots of people report seeing. Some theories say they're interdimensional beings, others say they're manifestations of negative energy. Some people even think they're just hallucinations caused by sleep paralysis or stress. But here's the thing. 5 different people in my family saw the same entity, described it the same way, and felt the same awful dread in its presence. We weren't all having the same hallucination. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night with that feeling of being watched. I always turn on the light immediately, scanning the corners of my room. So far, there's never been anything there, but I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there somewhere, that maybe it just moved on to another family, another house. I don't know what that shadow was. I don't know why it was in our house or what it wanted, but I know what I saw, what we all saw, and I know that whatever it wasn't human. I'm just grateful it's gone now, but part of me is always waiting, always wondering if one night I'll look up and see that silhouette again, standing silently in the corner, watching me. Story 10. I never believed in ghosts before having my daughter Lily. Now I'm not so sure anymore. I'm hoping someone here might have experienced something similar or has advice. I just need to get this off my chest because it's been keeping me up at night. It all started about 6 months ago. Lily was just turning 2 at the time. She's always been this happy, bubbly little girl, running around the house and making up songs. My husband Mark and I were so proud of how she was developing, talking in sentences already, counting to 10, the whole deal. Nothing prepared us for what started happening. That first night is burned into my memory. It was around 2 in the morning when Lily's screams tore through the house. Not just regular toddler crying, but full-on terror. I bolted upright and ran to her room, my heart practically exploding in my chest. When I got there, she was sitting up in her crib, her little body shaking and tears streaming down her face. I've never seen her like that before. "Baby, what's wrong?" I asked, scooping her up. She just kept crying and clinging to me. Her whole body was drenched in sweat. I brought her to our bed, figuring she'd had a nightmare. Mark was already half awake, and we tucked her between us. That's when it happened. She suddenly stopped playing with the edge of the blanket, her little hands freezing in midair, her eyes fixed on something at the foot of our bed. I followed her gaze, but saw nothing there. Just darkness. Lily grabbed my arm so tight I could feel her tiny fingernails digging into my skin. Mama's scared," she whispered. Not "I'm scared," but "Mama's scared," like she was warning me. "What are you scared of, sweetie?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She pointed to the empty space and said, "Ghost." My blood ran cold. We've never talked about ghosts with her. We don't watch scary movies when she's around. She's 2. How does she even know that word? Mark tried to laugh it off, saying she probably heard it somewhere, maybe at daycare. We all eventually fell back asleep, but I kept waking up, staring at that empty space at the foot of our bed. A few days later, we were playing hide and seek in the house. Just a normal afternoon. I was counting. 1, 2, 3, when I heard Lily giggling from somewhere nearby. "Where are you, Lily?" I called out, pretending I couldn't find her. "I'm dead," she replied in this casual little voice, just like that. I froze. "What did you say, baby?" She peeked out from behind the curtain with this innocent smile. "I'm dead," she repeated. "Who told you to say that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice from shaking. "The big scary ghost," she said, like it was the most normal thing in the world. Then she just ran off to play with her blocks like nothing had happened. I called my mom that night, asking if she'd ever said anything about ghosts around Lily. She hadn't. I asked the same of her daycare teachers the next day. They looked at me like I was crazy and assured me they never talk about anything scary with the toddlers. The following day was sunny and warm, so I took Lily outside to play in our backyard. We have this little plastic slide and some toys out there. She was having a blast, laughing and running around. I was sitting on the porch steps, just watching her and drinking coffee, enjoying this moment of normalcy. Then, mid-run, she stopped dead in her tracks. It was like someone had hit a pause button. She stood there, completely still, staring at the big oak tree at the back of our yard. Before I could ask what was wrong, she turned and ran to me so fast she nearly tripped. Her face had gone completely white. "Inside, Mama, inside now." I scared. She was pulling on my hand, trying to drag me toward the house. "What's wrong, sweetie?" I asked, scanning the yard for a neighbor's dog or something that might have spooked her. "Big scary ghost," she whispered, still pulling me. "He's looking at me." I picked her up and took her inside, telling myself it was just an overactive imagination. Kids go through phases, right? But the way she kept looking over my shoulder as I carried her in, it was like she was watching something follow us. That afternoon, I tried to put her down for a nap. Big mistake, she wouldn't stay in her room. Every time I put her in her bed, she'd start crying and pointing to the corner near her closet. No sleep. Big scary ghost in my room. I checked the closet, under the bed, behind the curtains, the whole routine. "See? No ghosts, honey. Just your toys and books." She shook her head, deadly serious. "He's right there, Mama. You don't see him." I ended up letting her nap on the couch while I did chores nearby. As she slept, I noticed our 2 cats, Shadow and Milo, sitting on either side of her like guards. They're normally pretty aloof, doing their own cat things, but lately they've been acting weird too. That night, after we finally got Lily to sleep in her own room, I noticed both cats sitting outside her door, just sitting there, staring at the door. When I tried to pick Shadow up to take him to our room, he squirmed away and went right back to his post. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to scratching sounds. Both cats were trying to get into Lily's room, clawing at the door. This has become their routine now. Every night they stand guard, and if we close the door completely, they try to break in. They never did this before. The door handles in Lily's room have started rattling too. At first, I thought it was the cats jumping up on them, but it happens when the cats are nowhere near her room, when Mark is at work, and it's just Lily and me in the house. Sometimes it happens while we're all in the living room. Just random rattling, like someone's trying to open the door but can't quite manage it. Things go missing all the time now. Not just the normal stuff you misplace, like keys or phone chargers. I'm talking about Lily's favorite stuffed bunny that she never lets out of her sight. One morning, it was just gone. We tore the house apart looking for it. Lily was inconsolable. 3 months later, it showed up sitting on her bookshelf, a shelf I dust every week. I know it wasn't there before. Last week, I lost my grandmother's locket. It's really special to me, and I always keep it in my jewelry box. After searching everywhere, I gave up. 2 days later, it was hanging from Lily's bedpost. When I asked her how it got there, she just shrugged and said, "The ghost doesn't like it when you wear it." The baby monitor has been acting up too. We still keep one in Lily's room just to be safe. Lately, there's been this weird static interference. Sometimes I think I hear whispering underneath the static, but it's so faint I can't make out any words. The monitor is new. We replaced our old one just 3 months ago because we thought it was malfunctioning. Last night was the worst. Lily refused to sleep in her room again, saying the big scary ghost was getting mad. I asked her how she knew he was mad, and she said, "Because his face is all like this." And then she scrunched up her face in this angry expression that looked nothing like my sweet little girl. It was almost adult-like. I let her sleep with us again. In the middle of the night, I woke up to her sitting upright, having a conversation with thin air. "No," she was saying firmly, "that's my mama. You can't have her." I pretended to be asleep, my heart racing as I listened. "No, go away," she continued. "You're a bad ghost." Then she laid back down, curled up against me, and went right back to sleep like nothing had happened. I didn't sleep a minute more that night. This morning, while she was eating breakfast, she casually mentioned that the ghost follows us everywhere now. He's in my room, and the living room, and outside, and in the car, and at school. She listed off between bites of cereal. "What does he look like?" I finally asked. I've been avoiding this question, afraid of the answer. "He's big," she said, stretching her arms up high. "And his face is all melty, and he has a hole here." She pointed to her chest. I nearly threw up my coffee. I've started researching, trying to find out if anyone died in our house. We've only lived here for 3 years, and the real estate agent never mentioned anything. The house was built in the 1970s, so it's not super old. I checked local newspaper archives but haven't found anything yet. Mark thinks I'm overreacting. He says kids have imaginary friends all the time and sometimes they make them scary because they're processing fears. But an imaginary friend doesn't explain the door handles, the missing objects, or the cats. I bought some sage today. I've never done a smudging before, but YouTube has tutorials for everything, right? I'm going to try it tomorrow when Mark takes Lily to the park. I don't know what else to do. I can't ignore this anymore. The fear in my daughter's eyes is too real. Right now, she's napping on the couch again, refusing to go to her room. The cats are curled up next to her, which should be a comforting sight, but I can't help noticing how they keep looking toward the hallway, their ears twitching like they're tracking something I can't see. I don't know if what's happening is supernatural or if there's some rational explanation I'm missing. All I know is that something's wrong in our house, and my daughter sees it, and whatever it is, it's scaring her. As a mother, that's the most terrifying thing of all. Not being able to protect your child from something you can't even see. I just looked up from typing this, and Lily is staring at the corner of the living room, whispering, "No, no, no." The cat's fur is standing on end. I'm going to grab her and leave the house for a bit. I'll update if anything else happens, but right now I just need to get her out of here. Story 11. I've never been one to believe in the supernatural. I mean, I've watched horror movies and rolled my eyes at how stupid the characters are, thinking, just leave the damn house already. But after what happened in that apartment in Blackwood last year, I don't know what to believe anymore. I guess I should start by saying I wasn't in a great place mentally. I had just turned 17, and my life had been pretty much a roller coaster of foster homes until Dan and Marie adopted me when I was 16. They were nice enough, but we were still figuring each other out, you know. Dan was trying really hard to connect with me, which I appreciated, even if it was awkward sometimes. We had moved into this old apartment building on Elm Street in Blackwood about 6 months before everything happened. The place was a dump, honestly. The wallpaper in my bedroom was peeling at the corners. There were water stains on the ceiling from the apartment above, and the whole building made these creaking noises at night that kept me awake for the first few weeks. But it was home, I guess. About 3 months after we moved in, I had what my therapist calls a severe mental health episode. I don't like talking about it much, but basically, I locked myself in my room for 2 days, wouldn't eat, and kept hearing voices telling me to hurt myself. Dan and Marie finally got the door open and rushed me to the hospital. I spent 2 weeks in the psychiatric ward before coming home. After that, being in the apartment felt wrong somehow, like the walls were watching me. I know that sounds crazy, but it's the only way I can describe it. My room especially felt tainted, like the bad thoughts I'd had in there had somehow seeped into the paint and carpet. I was having trouble sleeping again. I'd lie awake until 3 or 4 in the morning, staring at my ceiling, jumping at every little noise. Sometimes I'd swear I heard someone whisper my name, Zoe, from the corner of my room. But when I'd turn on the light, no one was there. Dan noticed I was struggling. Marie was away visiting her sister for the weekend, so it was just the two of us. He knocked on my door around midnight one Friday, about 4 months after my breakdown. "You still awake?" he asked. I was sitting up in bed, scrolling through my phone, trying to distract myself from the shadows that seemed to move whenever I wasn't looking directly at them. "Yeah," I said. He came in and sat on the edge of my bed. "I have an idea that might help. My friend Lily, you know, the one with all the crystals and stuff, she gave me something that might help clear the negative energy in here." I remember thinking it sounded stupid, but I was desperate for anything that might help me sleep. Dan left and came back with this weird-looking candle. It was black with these symbols carved into the wax. He called it a witch candle, which made me roll my eyes. "Lily says it's special," he explained, placing it in a thick glass holder on my dresser. "It's supposed to absorb negative energy and create a barrier of protection." I didn't believe any of that crap, but Dan looked so hopeful that I went along with it. He lit the candle, and we sat cross-legged on my bedroom floor. The flame cast weird shadows on the walls. "We're supposed to hold hands and say a prayer or intention," Dan said, looking a bit embarrassed. I took his hands, feeling awkward but willing to try anything. He closed his eyes and started saying something about cleansing the space and protecting me from harm. I kept my eyes open, staring at the candle flame. That's when it happened. The flame suddenly shot upward, growing to 3 times its normal size. I'm not talking about a slight flicker. This thing grew like someone had poured gasoline on it, but controlled, like a pillar of fire. There was no draft in the room. The windows were closed, and we didn't have the air conditioning on. I gasped, and Dan opened his eyes. We both stared at the candle, neither of us speaking. After about 30 seconds, the flame returned to normal size, as if nothing had happened. "Did you see that?" I whispered. Dan nodded, his face pale. Maybe it's just how these candles work," he suggested, but I could tell he was freaked out too. We finished the ritual quickly after that. Dan asked if I wanted him to take the candle, but for some reason I said no. It felt important to keep it burning. Looking back, that was probably a mistake. I actually fell asleep pretty quickly that night, which was unusual for me. The candle was still burning on my dresser, but I wasn't worried about it. The holder was solid glass, and it was well away from anything flammable. I don't know how long I'd been asleep when it happened. I just remember being jolted awake by what sounded like a gunshot. I sat bolt upright, heart pounding, disoriented and terrified. Then I heard Dan shouting from his room, asking if I was okay. My bedroom door flew open and Dan stood there in his pajamas looking panicked. "What happened?" Are you hurt?" "I didn't do anything," I said, confused. I was asleep. That's when we both noticed the glass. It was everywhere. On my dresser, the floor, my bed, tiny shards that glittered in the dim light coming from the hallway. The candle holder had exploded, and I mean exploded. Not just cracked or broken. Pieces of glass had been thrown across the entire room with enough force to embed in my corkboard on the opposite wall. The candle itself was lying on the dresser, the flame extinguished, but the wax wasn't even melted all the way down. It had only been burning for a few hours. Dan flipped on the light, and we both just stared. There was no way the heat from the candle could have caused this. The holder was designed for candles, and it hadn't even been burning that long. Plus, the glass hadn't just cracked from heat, it had literally shattered outward with force. "Maybe it was defective," Dan suggested, but his voice shook a little. "Let's clean this up before you step on any glass." We spent the next hour carefully picking up glass shards. Some pieces had flown a good 15 feet from the dresser. One piece was stuck in the wall next to my bed, about an inch deep into the drywall. How does glass do that unless something propels it? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the candle had air bubbles in the wax that expanded and somehow caused pressure. Maybe the glass had a manufacturing defect, but nothing really explained the sheer force of the explosion or the way the flame had grown earlier that night. The weirdest part? The candle itself was barely damaged. It was just lying on its side on the dresser, with only a small portion melted away. The symbols carved into it seemed more defined somehow, more visible than before, even though that makes no sense. I slept in Dan's room that night, on a mattress on the floor. Neither of us wanted to talk about what happened, but neither of us wanted to be alone either. I kept waking up throughout the night, thinking I heard that whisper again, Zoe. But it was coming from my empty bedroom. In the morning, we found more glass, under furniture, in corners we'd missed. I found a sliver embedded in my hairbrush that was on the other side of the room. We never found all the pieces. Dan threw away the candle before Marie got home, and we agreed not to mention the incident to her. She was already worried about my mental health, and we didn't want to give her more reason to think I was losing it again. But here's the thing that still bothers me, even a year later. About a week after the candle incident, I was home alone after school. I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when I distinctly heard footsteps in my bedroom, heavy footsteps, like a man wearing boots. I froze, the knife still in my hand, peanut butter half spread on bread. The footsteps moved from my bedroom into the hallway, slow and deliberate. I couldn't move. Then they stopped, right outside the kitchen doorway. But there was no one there. I could see the empty hallway from where I stood. Then came the whisper, right next to my ear, so close I could feel what seemed like breath. "Zoe." I ran out of the apartment and didn't come back until Dan and Marie got home from work. I never told them why. We moved out of that apartment 3 months later, thankfully. Dan got a better job in another city, and we relocated. But sometimes, even in our new place, I still hear my name being whispered when I'm alone. And twice now, I've found small slivers of glass in my belongings, once in a sweater pocket, once in my makeup bag, that look exactly like the glass from that candle holder. I don't know what happened that night. Maybe it was just a defective candle holder and an overactive imagination fueled by my mental health issues. But Dan saw it too. The flame growing unnaturally, the glass exploding with impossible force. He experienced it with me, which makes it harder to dismiss as just being in my head. I still have nightmares about it. In them, I'm sitting in that apartment, and the whispers get louder and louder until they're screaming my name. Then the glass starts flying again, but this time it doesn't stop, and the pieces swirl around me like a tornado of razor-sharp shards. I wake up from these dreams with my heart racing, convinced I can feel something watching me from the corner of my room, and sometimes, just for a second, I swear I can smell that candle burning again. Story 12. I never thought I'd be the type of person to share something like this online, but I honestly don't know where else to turn. I've been carrying this experience around for almost 6 months now, and it's getting harder to process on my own. I guess I'm hoping someone out there might have encountered something similar, or can at least help me make sense of what I witnessed. I moved to Millbrook, Alabama about a year ago for a job at a small marketing firm. Nothing fancy, just graphic design work for local businesses. The town itself is exactly what you'd expect. One of those places where everyone knows everyone, and outsiders stick out like a sore thumb. Being from Atlanta, I definitely fell into the outsider category. The office was small, just 12 of us total, and that's where I met Elaine. She was one of the account managers, had been with the company for about 3 years. At first, she seemed completely normal, friendly, professional, good at her job. She was quiet, but not in a weird way, just reserved. I noticed she kept to herself during lunch breaks, always reading or sketching rather than joining the office chatter. We started talking more when she noticed me drawing during my lunch break one day. She came over, complimented my work, and showed me some of her own sketches. They were really good. Detailed architectural drawings of old buildings. She told me she loved historical architecture and would spend weekends visiting old houses and churches around Alabama just to sketch them. We bonded over our shared interest in art, and for the first month or so, everything was totally normal. Then things started getting off. Small things at first. Elaine began wearing turtlenecks even though it was April and getting warm. When I mentioned it, she just said she was always cold. Then I noticed she'd sometimes trail off mid-sentence, staring into space with this look of absolute terror on her face before snapping back as if nothing had happened. About 6 weeks after we'd started talking regularly, she asked if we could grab coffee after work. I agreed, thinking she wanted to discuss a project we were collaborating on. We went to this tiny local coffee shop down the street from our office. It was nearly empty, just an elderly couple in the corner and a barista scrolling on her phone behind the counter. As soon as we sat down, I could tell something was wrong. Elaine's hands were shaking so badly she couldn't hold her coffee cup. Her eyes kept darting around the room, and she had these dark circles under them like she hadn't slept in days. "I need to tell someone," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've been trying to handle this on my own, but I can't anymore." I figured she was going to tell me about some office drama or maybe personal problems. Divorce, sick parent, money troubles, the usual stuff. What came next was nothing I could have prepared for. "Do you believe in curses?" she asked me, dead serious. I didn't know how to respond. I'm not particularly superstitious, but I didn't want to dismiss her outright. I told her I wasn't sure, that I'd never experienced anything supernatural myself. She nodded slowly, like my answer was exactly what she'd expected. I didn't either, until last year. Then she told me her story. She'd dated a guy named Marcus for about 8 months. He seemed normal at first, charming even. He worked in IT for some company she'd never heard of. About 3 months into their relationship, she started noticing strange things. He'd sometimes speak in languages she didn't recognize during his sleep. He had books with symbols she couldn't identify, and he was obsessed with something he called consciousness exploration. "I should have left then," she said, staring into her untouched coffee. "But I was stupid. I thought it was just eccentric behavior." According to Elaine, things escalated when she found a USB drive in his apartment labeled Body Hacking Software version 6.0. When she asked him about it, he became defensive, told her it was for work, and she wouldn't understand. They had their first big fight that night, and she threatened to leave him. That's when everything changed. She said he looked at her differently after that, like she was an object, not a person. A week later, she broke up with him anyway. The night after their breakup, she woke up feeling like someone was pressing on her chest, making it impossible to breathe. She said she opened her eyes and saw Marcus standing at the foot of her bed, but somehow also felt like he was inside her head at the same time. "He wasn't really there," she explained. "His physical body wasn't in my room, but he was there. I could feel him moving around in my mind, like he was searching through files on a computer." She said she tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. The pressure on her chest increased until she blacked out. When she woke up the next morning, she thought it had been a nightmare until it happened again the next night and the night after that. "It's been happening for months now," she said, finally looking directly at me. "He's in my head every night. Sometimes I can feel him taking control of my body. My fingers will start typing messages I never intended to send. My legs will carry me to places I never meant to go." I didn't know what to say. Part of me was concerned she might be experiencing some kind of psychosis or paranoid delusion. The other part was disturbed by how convinced she was. There was no doubt in her voice, no hint that she thought this might be anything other than exactly what she was describing. "I found something that helps," she continued. "It sounds crazy, but it works." She leaned closer to me. "I sleep with a pot on my head." I must have looked as confused as I felt because she hurried to explain. "It's a copper pot, my grandmother's old cooking pot. If I put it over my head before I fall asleep, he can't get in. Something about the metal disrupts whatever signal or connection he's using. The nights I use it, I actually sleep. The nights I don't." She trailed off, staring at something behind me that I couldn't see. "Have you talked to anyone about this?" I asked carefully. "A doctor maybe, or a therapist?" "They'd think I'm crazy," she said, shaking her head. "I go to Father Thomas at St. Andrew's 3 times a week for blessings. He's the only one who believes me besides you. He says it's possession, but the exorcism prayers haven't worked. Whatever Marcus did to me, it's not spiritual, it's technological." That's when I really noticed her face for the first time. Elaine was 37. She'd mentioned her age during one of our first conversations, but the lines on her face made her look much older, and they weren't normal aging lines. They were what I can only describe as fear lines. Deep creases formed from months of constant terror, of facial muscles locked in expressions of dread. "Can I show you something?" she asked. Before I could answer, she pulled out her phone and showed me a photo. It was her, but from about a year earlier based on the date. She looked completely different, relaxed, younger, with clear skin and bright eyes. "This was me before Marcus," she said, "before the body hacking." I looked from the photo to the woman sitting across from me. The transformation was shocking. It wasn't just that she looked tired or stressed. Something fundamental had changed in her appearance, like her very essence had been altered. Over the next few weeks, Elaine shared more details. She showed me strange bruises that would appear on her body in the morning, finger-shaped marks on her arms and neck. She had recordings of herself speaking in her sleep in a voice that sounded nothing like her own. One recording in particular still haunts me. Her voice, but deeper, saying, "The vessel is functional but resistant. Further integration required." I suggested she move, change her phone number, completely disconnect from her old life. She said she'd tried. For 2 weeks, she'd stayed at a motel 3 towns over, using cash only, no phone, no internet. The first night was peaceful. The second night, she woke up to find herself standing in the bathroom, a razor in her hand, with no memory of how she got there. "He found me," she said. "He'll always find me. The hardware is already installed." I asked what she meant by hardware. She pulled back her hair to show me a tiny, almost imperceptible scar behind her ear. "I don't know what he put in there," she whispered. "I can feel it sometimes, like a little electric pulse. The doctors can't see anything on X-rays, but I know it's there. That's how he tracks me." One day, Elaine didn't come to work. I called her cell, but got no answer. After work, I drove to her apartment, worried sick. She answered the door looking worse than I'd ever seen her. Her hair was unwashed, her clothes rumpled, and her eyes bloodshot. "He's getting stronger," she said, pulling me inside and locking the door behind me. "The pot isn't working as well anymore. I think he's upgrading the software." Her apartment was a mess, not just cluttered but chaotic. Papers with strange symbols covered the walls. Her copper pot sat in the middle of her bed, surrounded by salt in a perfect circle. Tinfoil covered her windows. A white noise machine blared static in the corner. I found some of his notes. she said, leading me to her kitchen table. There were printouts of what looked like code, but unlike any programming language I recognized, mixed in were diagrams of the human brain with certain areas highlighted and labeled with terms like access point and control center. Last night, he made me drive to his old apartment building, she told me, her voice breaking. I was asleep, and then suddenly, I was in my car, parked outside his building at 3 in the morning with no memory of how I got there. That's never happened before. He's never been able to make me drive. I stayed with her that night. I couldn't leave her alone like that. We set up a makeshift bed for me on her couch. Before she went to sleep, I watched her place the copper pot over her head, securing it with a scarf tied under her chin. She looked simultaneously ridiculous and heartbreaking. "Thank you for believing me," she whispered as she headed to her bedroom. "No one else does." I didn't have the heart to tell her I wasn't sure what I believed. Part of me thought she needed serious psychiatric help. Another part couldn't explain away everything I'd seen and heard. I must have fallen asleep around midnight. I woke up to screaming around 3 a.m. Elaine was standing in the middle of the living room, the pot gone from her head, her body rigid. Her eyes were open but vacant, like she was sleepwalking. The screaming stopped abruptly as I approached her. "Elaine," I said cautiously. When she turned to look at me, I knew immediately something was wrong. Her face moved wrong, too smooth, too mechanical. When she spoke, her voice had that same deeper quality I'd heard on the recording. "Elaine is temporarily unavailable," she said, her mouth forming an unnatural smile. "This vessel is now operating under remote protocol." I backed away, reaching for my phone. She moved with startling speed, grabbing my wrist with far more strength than her frame suggested possible. "No interference," she said. "The integration is nearly complete." I managed to break free and ran for the door, but it was locked with a key I couldn't find. When I turned around, Elaine was standing directly behind me. "He wants to meet you," she said, her head tilting at an impossible angle. "Marcus is impressed by your concern. You could be useful." That's when I noticed the copper pot on the floor by the couch, dented from what looked like the inside out. I don't remember much after that. I woke up on her couch the next morning with a pounding headache and a vague memory of Elaine saying something about going to the source. She was gone. Her car keys were gone. But her phone was still on the kitchen counter. I called the police, reported her missing. They didn't take it seriously, said adults are allowed to disappear if they want to. I showed them the strange papers on her walls, tried to explain about Marcus and the body hacking. They looked at me like I was the crazy one. It's been 2 months since that night. Elaine never came back to work. Her apartment was emptied out a week after she disappeared. The landlord said movers came with a signed authorization letter from her. The police closed the case when they found out she'd emptied her bank account the day after she vanished. Sometimes I wake up at exactly 3 a.m. for no reason. Sometimes I feel like someone's watching me through my own eyes. And yesterday I found a small strange file on my laptop titled Body Hacking Software version 7.0. I don't know what happened to Elaine. I don't know if she was mentally ill or if something genuinely supernatural or technological was happening to her. All I know is that I've started looking at copper pots online, and I can't shake the feeling that something was transferred to me that night in her apartment. The weirdest part? I've noticed a small, almost imperceptible bump behind my ear that wasn't there before. Story 13. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I was always the skeptical one. The person who'd roll my eyes when friends would talk about their paranormal experiences. That all changed last year when my cousin Melissa and I rented this small suburban house together. It seemed perfect at first, affordable, decent neighborhood, enough space for both of us, and her boyfriend Tom could visit on his days off from the work camp where he was stationed. But looking back, I should have paid more attention to how weird our landlord acted during the walkthrough. The house was nothing special. 3 bedrooms, 1.5 baths, a small backyard, standard suburban fare. When we were signing the lease, our landlord, this older guy named Mr. Peterson, got super intense all of a sudden. "One important rule," he said, looking us dead in the eyes. "No candles in the house, ever." Melissa and I exchanged glances but agreed easily enough. I figured maybe he'd had a tenant cause a fire before. We didn't think much of it. We were just excited to move in. The first couple of weeks were completely normal. We unpacked, arranged furniture, and settled into our routines. Melissa worked at a local medical office, and I worked remotely as a graphic designer. Her cat, Jinx, adjusted quickly to the new space. Everything felt right. Then the microwave thing started. I'm an early riser, usually up around 6 to start work. One morning I walked into the kitchen and noticed the microwave display showed 0:30 instead of the time. I figured Melissa must have heated something up and not cleared it. I pressed cancel, reset the clock, and didn't think much about it. The next morning, same thing. 0:30 on the display. "Hey Mel," I called out that evening. "Are you using the microwave in the middle of the night?" She looked confused. "No, why would I? I'm dead to the world once I'm asleep." Weird. The past 2 mornings, the microwave has been set to 30 seconds, like someone started it but never pressed start. She shrugged. Maybe it's glitching. I wasn't convinced, but I let it go. That night before bed, I made sure the microwave display showed the correct time, 11:23. The next morning, 0:30. This continued for 2 weeks straight. Every single morning, without fail, the microwave would be set to 30 seconds when I woke up. I started to feel uneasy about it, especially because we both confirmed we weren't doing it. But a glitchy microwave wasn't enough to seriously freak us out yet. Then came the scratching post incident. Melissa had this massive cat scratching post for Jinx, one of those tall ones with different platforms and a little house at the top. It was heavy as hell, and we had positioned it against the wall in the living room. One morning I came downstairs to find it pulled about 3 feet away from the wall. "Did you move the cat tree?" I asked Melissa at breakfast. "No, why would I?" she replied, mouth full of cereal. I pointed to the scratching post. "It's not where we put it." She frowned. "Maybe Jinx went crazy playing last night?" We both looked at her orange tabby, who was currently curled up in a sunbeam looking completely innocent. There was no way that 9-pound cat moved that heavy tree several feet across the floor. I pushed it back against the wall that day. The next morning, it was pulled out again. This happened 5 nights in a row. But the thing that really started to get to us was Melissa's bedroom fan. It was one of those older models with a physical dial you turn to adjust the speed, not remote controlled, not programmable. You physically had to turn it to make it work. Melissa came home from work one day looking stressed. "Anna, did you go into my room today?" I shook my head. "No, I've been working in my office all day." "Why?" "My fan keeps turning on by itself. I've come home 3 days in a row now to find it running, even though I definitely turned it off before leaving." I suggested maybe she was forgetting, but she insisted she wasn't. To test it, we both watched her turn off the fan before we went grocery shopping. We made sure to check that it was definitely off. When we came back an hour later, it was running on medium speed. There was no explanation. No one else had keys to our place. The windows were all locked from the inside. The fan wasn't fancy or new, just a basic model with a manual dial that couldn't be programmed. By this point, we were both getting genuinely freaked out, but we tried to rationalize everything. Old house, wonky electrical system. Maybe the house was settling in weird ways that could move furniture. Deep down, though, we knew none of these explanations made sense. When Melissa told Tom about what was happening during their nightly calls, he laughed it off. "You girls are just scaring yourselves," he said. "It's probably just old wiring or something." About a month after the weirdness began, Tom came to stay with us for a long weekend. He was still dismissive of our concerns when he arrived Thursday night, making jokes about our ghost roommate while unpacking his bag in Melissa's room. Friday morning, Tom came into the kitchen looking confused. "Did one of you set the microwave last night?" Melissa and I looked at each other. "Welcome to our world," I said. That night, the 3 of us were watching a movie in the living room when we all heard a distinct thud from upstairs. Tom paused the movie. What was that? Probably just Jinx, Melissa said. But Jinx was curled up right next to her on the couch. Tom went upstairs to check and came back saying he couldn't find anything that might have fallen. We tried to brush it off and finish the movie, but I could tell Tom wasn't as skeptical anymore. By Saturday afternoon, Tom had developed what seemed like a bad cold, congestion, headache, fatigue. Maybe I'm allergic to something in the house, he suggested, popping another decongestant. That's weird, Melissa said. You've never had allergies before. Sunday morning, Tom's symptoms were even worse. He could barely get out of bed, but the strangest part, when we decided to go out for breakfast, his symptoms improved dramatically within 20 minutes of leaving the house. By the time we finished eating, he felt almost normal. That's so weird, he said, actually looking worried now. I feel completely fine out here. When we returned home, his symptoms came rushing back within an hour. By that evening, when he had to leave to go back to work, he looked at us seriously. I don't think you guys should stay here. There's something off about this place. After Tom left, things escalated quickly. The microwave continued its nightly reset. The cat post moved more frequently and sometimes ended up in different positions. Once we found it turned completely around. The fan in Melissa's room would turn on multiple times throughout the day, sometimes when we were both home and could verify neither of us had touched it. We started hearing footsteps upstairs when we were both downstairs. Doors we'd left open would be closed when we returned, and vice versa. The house always felt cold, even though it was summer and the thermostat showed normal temperatures. One evening, about 2 months after moving in, Melissa and I were sitting at the kitchen island eating takeout. We were both on edge because the activity had been especially intense that day. My boyfriend had visited earlier and the house always seemed more active when he was around. Lights flickering, the TV turning off and on, the usual scratching post-relocation. You know, Melissa said, picking at her pad thai, I've been thinking, whatever is here hasn't actually hurt us. Maybe it's just curious or lonely. I wasn't convinced. I don't know, Mel. It feels deliberate, like it's trying to freak us out. But why would it? She stopped mid-sentence as Jinx, who had been grooming himself on the counter, yes, we let him on the counters judge us, suddenly froze. His ears perked up, and he made this weird chirping noise cats make when they see birds, staring intently toward the laundry room doorway. We both turned to look. Nothing was there, but the air felt heavy, like when you can feel someone staring at you. My skin erupted in goosebumps. Hello? Melissa called out, her voice shaking slightly. If there's something here, we just want to understand. Slam. The laundry room door, which had been standing half open, suddenly slammed shut with such force that it bounced back open again. It wasn't a gentle close that could be explained by a draft. This was violent, like someone had put their full body weight into slamming it as hard as possible. Jinx yowled and bolted off the counter. Melissa screamed. I knocked over my chair, standing up. We're leaving. Now, I said, grabbing my keys and phone. We didn't even take anything with us. Just ran out to my car in our socks and drove to a hotel. We were both shaking so badly I could barely keep the car on the road. Neither of us said anything for the first 10 minutes of the drive, just trying to process what had happened. At the hotel, we called Tom, who immediately told us not to go back except to get our things, and only during daylight with other people present. The next day, we got some friends to help us pack our essential belongings. I've never packed so quickly in my life. The whole time we were there, it felt like something was watching us, angry that we were leaving. When we told our landlord we were breaking the lease, he didn't even seem surprised. Was it the footsteps? He asked quietly. From the attic? We stared at him in shock. You knew? Melissa asked, her voice rising. You knew something was wrong with that house and you rented it to us anyway? He had the decency to look ashamed. The last tenants left because of it. I thought maybe it was just them being superstitious. The house has been in my family for generations. I've never experienced anything there myself. We pressed him about the no candles rule, but he just shook his head and said it was a family tradition with the property. He wouldn't elaborate further. We ended up finding a new place within a few weeks. Tom stayed with us for a while after we moved and never experienced those mysterious symptoms again. Jinx went back to being a normal cat without a care in the world. I still don't have explanations for what happened in that house. Sometimes I wonder about the candle rule. Was there something in the house that would be drawn to flames? Was it protecting us in some twisted way? Or was it just a random rule that had nothing to do with what we experienced? All I know is that I'll never ignore my instincts again. Sometimes a place just feels wrong, and now I understand why. There are things we can't explain, things that exist in the corners of our reality. And sometimes they make themselves known in the most ordinary of ways. A microwave set to 30 seconds, a fan that turns itself on, a door that slams shut when no one is there. I still jump every time I hear an unexpected noise in my new apartment. I still check my microwave display before bed. Some fears don't leave you even when you've left the place that caused them. Story 14. I've never told anyone this before, but I need to get it off my chest. It happened when I was 14, back when my mom, my little sister Emma, and I lived in this old farmhouse outside Knoxville, Tennessee. The house was this shabby two-story place from like the 1930s, with peeling paint and floors that creaked with every step. We'd moved there because the rent was dirt cheap and my mom had just started dating Rick, who lived nearby. This was during a really rough patch for us. My dad had split 2 years earlier, and my mom was working double shifts at the diner just to keep us fed. Rick seemed okay at first. He fixed things around the house and was nice enough to Emma and me. But about 3 months after they started dating, he changed. It started with little things. He'd stare at empty corners of rooms, or suddenly stop mid-conversation like he was listening to something none of us could hear. My mom brushed it off, said he was just stressed about work, but then he started talking about them. These entities he claimed were living in our house. "They're watching us, Maddie," he told me one evening while my mom was at work. "They've been here a lot longer than we have." I remember the way his eyes darted around the kitchen, never focusing on one spot for too long. "They don't like us being here." I figured he was having some kind of breakdown. My mom said he'd had episodes before, but insisted he wasn't dangerous. Still, I started avoiding being alone with him. It was easier during summer break. I'd take Emma to the library, or we'd hang out at the creek behind our property until Mom got home. The night it happened was in July. It had been scorching all day, and our ancient AC unit had finally given up. My bedroom was like an oven, so I decided to sleep on the couch in the living room, where there was at least a bit of a cross breeze from the windows. Our living room had these big windows facing the front yard, with old yellowing blinds that never closed properly. I remember setting up my makeshift bed around 11, pulling the blinds down as far as they would go, which still left about 6 inches of exposed glass at the bottom. My mom was working the late shift, and Rick had gone out somewhere. Emma was asleep upstairs, and for once, the house felt peaceful. I must have dozed off pretty quickly because the next thing I knew, I was waking up disoriented. The house was completely silent, that heavy kind of quiet that only happens in the middle of the night. No TV background noise, no hum of the refrigerator, just stillness. I felt weirdly alert, like something had deliberately woken me. I checked my phone. It was 2:47 in the morning. Mom wouldn't be home for another hour at least. The living room was dark except for this faint bluish glow coming through the gap in the blinds. I figured it was just moonlight, but something compelled me to look outside. I leaned over from the couch and peered through that gap in the blinds. At first, all I saw was our overgrown front yard, the gravel driveway, and the big oak tree. Then my eyes adjusted better, and that's when I noticed him. There was a boy standing in our front yard, maybe 20 feet from the window. He was just standing there, completely still, staring directly at me. He looked about 10 years old, wearing a dirty white baseball uniform with red trim. The jersey had a number on it, 13, and he had a baseball cap pulled low over his forehead. But what freaked me out most was his face. Even from that distance, I could see it was unnaturally pale, almost gray, like someone had drained all the color from him. I froze completely. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. It was like my entire body just shut down from pure terror, because something was deeply wrong with this kid. He wasn't just some neighborhood boy. He was too still, too pale, and it was the middle of the night. No kid would be standing alone in our yard at almost 3 in the morning wearing a baseball uniform. The longer I stared, the more details I noticed. His clothes looked old-fashioned and were stained with something dark across the chest. His skin didn't just look pale. It had this translucent quality, like I could almost see through parts of him. But his eyes, God, his eyes were what still haunt me. They were completely black, like empty sockets, yet somehow I could feel them looking directly into mine. And they held this expression of such profound sadness and longing that it made my chest hurt. We stayed like that, locked in this horrible staring contest, for what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds or so. I wanted to run upstairs to Emma, to hide under my blankets, to do anything but keep looking at him, but I physically couldn't break away. Then I heard footsteps behind me, heavy, slow footsteps coming down the stairs. "You see him too?" Rick's voice came as a whisper right behind me, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. I couldn't answer. My throat had closed up completely. But that sentence, "You see him too," those 4 words confirmed my worst fear. This wasn't my imagination. Rick could see the boy as well. I managed to turn my head slightly, and Rick was standing there in sweatpants and a t-shirt, his face ghostly in the dim light. But he didn't look scared like me. He looked resigned, like he'd been expecting this. "He's been coming for 3 nights now," Rick said, his voice eerily calm. "Always at the same time, always staring at the house." I wanted to ask him a million questions, but all I could do was make this pathetic whimpering sound. I turned back to the window, hoping the boy would be gone, but he was still there. Only now he had raised one hand and was pointing directly at us. What happened next is the part I still have trouble believing myself. Rick walked past me to the window, and instead of closing the blinds or calling the police like any normal person would do, he pulled the blinds all the way up. The glass was the only thing separating us from whatever that thing was outside. "I know why you're here," Rick said, loud enough that his voice carried through the glass. "But I can't help you." The boy's expression didn't change, but he lowered his hand. Then, impossibly, I heard a voice, not with my ears, but somehow inside my head. "You promised." The voice sounded like a child's, but distorted, like it was coming through water or static. "You promised to find it." Rick pressed his palm against the window. "I looked where you showed me. It's not there anymore. Someone else must have found it." I had no idea what they were talking about, but the absolute normalcy with which Rick was having this conversation terrified me even more than the boy himself. The boy's form seemed to flicker slightly, like a TV with bad reception. "Time is running out," the voice in my head said. "He's getting stronger." "Who is?" Rick asked, but the boy just stared. Then the most horrifying thing happened. The boy smiled. It wasn't a normal smile. It stretched too wide across his face, revealing teeth that looked blackened and rotted. "You'll see him soon," the voice said. "You'll all see him." I must have made some sound then, because the boy's head snapped toward me, those empty eyes locking onto mine. The smile vanished instantly. "She shouldn't be watching," the voice hissed, suddenly angry. "She's not ready." Rick glanced back at me. "Go upstairs, Madison," he said firmly. "Now." But I still couldn't move. It was like my body had turned to stone. The boy's form flickered again, more violently this time, and suddenly he was closer to the window, much closer, without having taken a single step. He was maybe 5 feet from the glass now. "Too late," the voice boomed in my head, so loud it felt like my skull would crack open. "He's here." And then the boy just walked away. He turned around and walked across our front yard toward the oak tree. There was something wrong with the way he moved. Too fluid, like he was gliding more than walking. When he reached the tree, he didn't stop or go around it. He walked straight into it and disappeared. I finally found my voice and let out this horrible scream. Rick yanked the blinds down and turned to me, his face drained of all color. "Don't tell your mother," he said, grabbing my shoulders. "Don't tell anyone what you saw. Do you understand me?" I nodded, still trembling uncontrollably. What was that? Who was he talking about? Who's getting stronger?" Rick just shook his head. "I don't know, but I need to find something. Something the boy lost a long time ago." He wouldn't tell me anything else. He just went back upstairs, leaving me alone in the living room. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I just sat there, staring at the blinds, terrified the boy would come back. The weirdest part? 2 days later, Rick left, just packed his stuff and disappeared while Mom was at work. Left a note saying he was sorry, but he couldn't stay anymore. Mom was devastated, but honestly, I was relieved. We moved out of that house 3 months later. Mom said we couldn't afford it without Rick's contribution to the rent, but I think she felt it too. This heaviness, this feeling of being watched that never went away after that night. Years passed. I graduated high school, went to community college, got a job. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing, that it had been some weird shared hallucination brought on by Rick's obvious mental health issues. Then last year, I ran into Rick at a gas station about 40 miles from our old house. He looked terrible, gaunt, unwashed, with this haunted look in his eyes. When he saw me, he froze like he'd seen a ghost. "Do you remember?" I asked him. "The boy at the window?" He looked at me like I was speaking a foreign language. "I don't know what you're talking about, Madison," he said flatly. "I never saw anything at that house." I started to remind him. The baseball uniform, the conversation through the glass. But he cut me off. "Listen to me carefully," he said, his voice suddenly intense. "Whatever you think happened that night, it didn't. For your own good, forget it. All of it." He walked away before I could say anything else. I haven't seen him since, but I know what I saw. I still dream about those empty eyes, that unnatural smile. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, always around 3 a.m., feeling like someone's watching me through my bedroom window. And sometimes, in that space between sleep and waking, I hear that distorted child's voice. Time is running out. He's getting stronger. I don't know who he is. I don't know what the boy lost or what Rick promised to find. All I know is that something exists in the space between our world and whatever lies beyond. Something that can take the form of a little boy in a baseball uniform. And whatever it's waiting for, I hope I never find out. Story 15. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. I'm not typically the type to believe in paranormal stuff, but what happened to me last summer has completely changed how I see the world. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and I've changed my entire life because of that one night. I used to live in Oak Ridge, this tiny speck of a town that most people drive through without noticing. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, nothing ever happens, and the most exciting event is when someone gets a new car. I was working at Memorial Hospital in the city, about 30 miles away, as a nurse's assistant. The commute was a pain, but the pay was decent, and jobs aren't exactly plentiful around here. That night in July started like any other. I had just finished an exhausting 12-hour shift. It was a particularly rough one. We were understaffed, and I'd been running around non-stop since 2 in the afternoon. By the time I clocked out at 10, I was completely drained. You know that bone-tired feeling where even your eyelids feel heavy? That was me. I remember walking to my car in the staff parking lot, fumbling with my keys because my fingers felt numb with exhaustion. The night was warm, but not uncomfortable. Typical summer weather. I cranked up the radio as I pulled out of the parking lot, hoping the music would keep me alert for the drive home. The route I always took was this winding country road that cuts through dense woods for most of the journey. During the day, it's actually pretty scenic, but at night, it's pitch black except for your headlights, and the trees create these weird shadows that dance across the road. I've driven it hundreds of times though, so I wasn't worried. Just eager to get home and collapse into bed. About 15 minutes into the drive, I started feeling that dangerous kind of drowsy. My eyelids kept drooping, and I caught myself nodding off twice. I rolled down the window immediately, letting the summer night air rush in. It helped a bit, the coolness against my face, the sound of crickets and night creatures breaking through the radio static. I turned the music up louder and straightened in my seat, determined to stay awake. That's when I first noticed it. Something moved in my peripheral vision, just beyond the reach of my headlights. My first thought was, deer. They're everywhere around here, and hitting one would be a disaster on this lonely stretch of road. I instinctively eased off the gas, slowing from 55 to about 40 miles per hour. My eyes strained to make out what it was. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't a deer at all. It was standing upright, a person, out here at nearly 10:30 at night. It wasn't unheard of. Sometimes teenagers hang out in these woods, or the occasional hiker gets lost. But something felt off. The figure was just standing there, motionless at the edge of the road, not moving away as my car approached, not waving for help, just standing. I slowed down even more, thinking maybe it was someone in trouble. The headlights illuminated it better as I got closer, and that's when the first real jolt of fear hit me. There was something wrong with its proportions. It was roughly human-shaped, but too thin, too tall, and as the light hit it fully, I realized with a sick feeling in my stomach that it had no features at all, no face, no clothes that I could distinguish, just a dark, person-shaped silhouette. My hands gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. I was fully awake now, adrenaline coursing through me. As I passed by, I turned my head slightly to look. I couldn't help it, even though every instinct told me not to. It had no eyes, no mouth, no hands, just a black void in the shape of a person. The moment I passed it, I floored the gas pedal. My old Honda protested but lurched forward, quickly picking up speed. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I could hear it over the radio and the wind. I glanced in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see it following me somehow. There was nothing there. The road behind me was empty. I tried to calm myself down. "You're exhausted, Eliza," I said out loud, my voice sounding thin and scared even to my own ears. "Your brain is playing tricks on you. It was probably just a weird shadow or a bush or something." But I knew what I'd seen, or what I thought I'd seen, and it wasn't a bush. The rest of the drive, I kept checking my mirrors obsessively. Every shadow made me flinch. I called my mom just to hear another human voice, but she didn't pick up, probably already asleep. The remaining 20 minutes of my drive felt like hours. Finally, I turned onto Maple Street, my street, and felt a rush of relief. Home, safety, people. Even though my parents would be asleep, just knowing they were there made me feel better. Our house was at the end of the cul-de-sac, a small ranch-style place with faded blue paint that my dad keeps promising to refresh. I pulled into our driveway, my headlights sweeping across our front yard and then briefly illuminating old Mr. Henderson's property next door. His place is set back a bit from the road with several large oak trees in the front yard, and that's when I saw it again. Crouched behind the largest tree in Henderson's yard was the same silhouette, only this time it had eyes, two glowing points of light fixed directly on me, not reflective like an animal's eyes in headlights. These were luminous on their own, a sickly yellowish white, like jaundiced moons. I froze, key halfway to the ignition to turn off the car. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds. I blinked, I couldn't help it, and when my eyes opened again, it was gone, completely vanished. I sat there for another minute, scanning the darkness, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. Eventually, the porch light came on. Mom must have heard my car in the driveway and wondered why I wasn't coming in. I practically ran from my car to the front door, not looking back once. When I burst into the house, both my parents were in the living room. Dad had apparently just gotten up for a glass of water. One look at my face, and Mom was on her feet. "Eliza, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." I broke down then. All the fear and adrenaline crashed over me, and I started sobbing. They guided me to the couch, And once I calmed down enough to speak, I told them everything. About the figure on the road, about seeing it again in Henderson's yard, about those eyes. They exchanged looks, the kind parents give each other when they're worried about their child. Dad suggested I was overtired and experiencing micro-sleeps, where your brain essentially dreams while you're still technically awake. Mom thought maybe I'd seen an actual person, and my exhausted mind had filled in the blanks with something scarier. I wanted to believe them, I really did. But I knew what I'd seen. Dad went next door the following morning to check Henderson's yard, saying he wanted to make sure no one was lurking around our neighborhood. He found nothing, of course. No footprints, no evidence anyone had been there. Henderson hadn't seen or heard anything unusual either. For the next week, I couldn't sleep properly. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those glowing points of light staring at me. I started sleeping with my bedroom light on, something I hadn't done since I was 8. I took a different route to work, even though it added 15 minutes to my commute. I avoided being outside after dark. My parents were getting seriously worried about me. They suggested I see someone, a doctor, a therapist, anyone who might help me process what they were sure was just an exhaustion-induced hallucination. But I knew better, and I wasn't going to wait around for that thing to show up again. 2 weeks after the incident, I applied for a transfer to the hospital's satellite clinic in the city. I found a small apartment just 5 minutes from work and moved out of Oak Ridge as soon as I could. My parents thought I was overreacting, but they helped me move anyway, probably hoping the change would help me get over what happened. It's been 3 months now. I'm still in that apartment, still working at the clinic. I haven't seen the shadow figure since that night, but sometimes when I'm driving home late from a friend's place or from the grocery store, I find myself checking my rearview mirror more often than necessary, and every time I visit my parents, I make absolutely sure I leave Oak Ridge before dark. I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know if it was following me specifically or if I just happened to cross its path twice. I don't know what would have happened if I'd stayed in that house, on that street, in that town, and I never want to find out. The worst part? Sometimes when I'm half asleep, I swear I can feel something watching me. And in those moments between wakefulness and sleep, I'm convinced that whatever it was, it's not done with me yet. That somehow, despite everything, it found me here too. That's why I keep my blinds closed now. That's why I never look out my windows after sunset, because I'm afraid of what might be looking back. Okay. Story 16. I still don't have a solid explanation for what happened in our first home together. I've been wanting to get this off my chest for a while, but even typing this makes my hands shake. This all started about 7 months ago, right after Marcus and I got married and moved into our first place together. We were so excited to find an affordable house in that quiet neighborhood near the old high school building. It wasn't huge, but it had character. Hardwood floors, those cute built-in shelves in the living room, and a backyard big enough for the garden I'd always wanted. The previous owners had lived there for almost 20 years before downsizing, which seemed like a good sign. No red flags during the home inspection either. The first couple weeks were normal, unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, arguing about where the couch should go. We even had my college friend Aidan staying with us temporarily while he trained for his new job nearby. Having him around actually made the transition easier. He helped with some minor repairs and kept things light when we'd get stressed about homeowner stuff. The first weird thing happened about 3 weeks after we moved in. It was something so small that I almost feel stupid mentioning it, but looking back, it was the beginning. Marcus and I had fallen asleep watching Scooby-Doo on Max. I remember specifically because we'd been joking about how we still watched cartoons as adults. When I woke up around 3 in the morning, the TV was playing some random YouTube video about deep-sea creatures. Not just any video, one of those hour-long documentaries with a monotone narrator. I figured Marcus had woken up and changed it, but he was dead asleep next to me. I checked the remote on the coffee table, but it was untouched. For those who don't know Max, you have to actively exit the app and open YouTube, then search for whatever you want to watch. There's no button to switch directly between them. I shut everything off and went back to bed, chalking it up to some weird glitch, or maybe I'd accidentally sat on the remote. But the next morning, I mentioned it to Marcus, and he looked confused, saying he'd slept through the night. Maybe Aiden came in and changed it, he suggested, but Aiden had been out with friends and didn't get home until after we'd gone to bed. He wouldn't have any reason to come into our living room at 3 a.m. and switch our show to deep-sea documentaries. I might have forgotten about it if that had been the only incident. 4 days later, I was home alone finishing some work reports. Aiden was at training, and Marcus was pulling a late shift at the hospital. I was sitting at the kitchen table with my laptop when I heard someone cough. It wasn't loud, just a single short cough that sounded like it came from the hallway. I assumed it was from one of our neighbors since the houses are pretty close together, but something about it felt closer, like it was inside our house. I called out, "Hello?" but got no response. 20 minutes later, I heard it again. This time I was sure it came from inside. I got up and checked every room, even looking under the beds like a kid afraid of monsters. Nothing. No one. I turned on some music to drown out my nerves and went back to work. Then around 9 o'clock that night, I heard Marcus call my name. Jessica, clear as day, coming from our bedroom. I knew it was his voice, the specific way he says my name when he's looking for me. But his car wasn't in the driveway, and his shift didn't end until 11. "Jessica," the voice called again, and goosebumps spread across my arms. I sat frozen at the kitchen table, my heart pounding. "Jessica?" A third time, more insistent. I grabbed my phone, hands shaking, and called Marcus. He picked up after a few rings. "Hey, what's up?" His voice came through the phone, surrounded by the familiar background noises of the hospital. Are you at home?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "No, I'm still at work. Everything okay?" I told him I thought I heard something but didn't go into detail. I didn't want him thinking I was losing it. After we hung up, I couldn't stay in the house. I put on my shoes and went for a walk around the block, trying to convince myself I was just tired and hearing things. When I got back, I felt calmer. I decided to grab my water bottle from the fridge before heading up to bed. As I bent down to reach for it, I saw a reflection in the stainless steel refrigerator door, a pair of shoes standing behind me. Not Marcus's running shoes or Aiden's work boots. Different shoes, unfamiliar shoes. I spun around so fast I nearly fell, but there was nobody there. No shoes, nothing, just the empty kitchen. That night, I slept with the lights on, waiting for Marcus to get home. I didn't tell him about the shoes, just mentioned hearing strange noises. He suggested it might be the house settling or pipes making noise, which made sense logically, but didn't explain the voice that sounded exactly like his. Over the next few weeks, things escalated. Items would disappear and reappear in different places. At first, we blamed each other or Aiden, but soon it became obvious something else was happening. My hairbrush vanished from the bathroom counter and showed up in the pantry. Marcus's watch went missing for 3 days before we found it in the freezer. The worst part wasn't the moving objects, though. It was the gradual change in how we felt in the house. I've always been organized and on top of things. I make lists, keep a detailed calendar, and rarely forget appointments. But in that house, I started becoming forgetful and scattered. I'd walk into a room and forget why I was there. I'd lose track of conversations mid-sentence. Important emails went unanswered because they'd slipped my mind completely. Marcus noticed it too. One night, after I'd spent 15 minutes looking for my phone while literally holding it in my hand, he said, "This isn't like you, Jess. You seem, I don't know, dumbed down since we moved here." His words hit me hard because I'd been feeling exactly that, like my brain was working at half capacity. What scared me more was that I'd noticed the same thing happening to him. Marcus, who never misses a shift and is always punctual, had been late to work 3 times in 2 weeks. He'd forget to pay bills that were sitting right in front of him. Once he put empty grocery bags in the refrigerator and left the actual groceries on the counter overnight. Even Aiden, who was only staying with us temporarily, mentioned feeling off in the house. "I don't know how to explain it," he told us one evening, "but I feel suffocated here sometimes, like the air is too thick." I knew exactly what he meant. The air did feel heavy, especially in certain rooms. The master bedroom was the worst. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone was pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. The voice calling my name became a regular occurrence, always when Marcus wasn't home. Sometimes it would be in the bedroom, sometimes the basement, sometimes right behind me. I started wearing headphones around the house when I was alone. One afternoon, about 2 months after moving in, I was folding laundry in our bedroom when the closet door slammed shut with such force that picture frames fell off the walls. There was no draft, no open windows, nothing that could explain it. I ran out of the house and sat in my car until Marcus got home. That night, we finally had a serious conversation about what was happening. I told him everything: the voice that sounded like him, the shoes in the kitchen, the closet door. Instead of dismissing me like I feared, he shared his own experiences. "Sometimes I feel like I'm being watched in the shower," he admitted. "And twice now, I've heard what sounds like you crying in the spare bedroom when I know you're not home." We talked for hours, piecing together all the strange occurrences. The longer we talked, the more we realized how much the house had changed us. We were fighting more often, struggling at work, becoming people we didn't recognize. "It's like whatever's in this house is feeding off our energy," Marcus said, "making us tired and foggy so we can't think clearly enough to leave." The idea terrified me because it made perfect sense. Something about the house was draining us, changing us, and we'd been too caught up in it to notice how bad things had gotten. The breaking point came about a week later. I was in the kitchen making dinner while Marcus and Aiden were watching TV in the living room. I heard footsteps on the stairs, heavy, deliberate steps coming down slowly. The three of us froze, looking at each other to confirm we were all hearing the same thing. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs and continued across the hallway, stopping just outside the kitchen doorway. We could hear breathing, deep, ragged breaths like someone who'd been running, but there was nobody there. Aiden moved out the next day, claiming he'd found his own place sooner than expected. I don't blame him. If I could have left that easily, I would have too. Marcus and I tried to rationalize what was happening. We researched the history of the house and neighborhood but found nothing unusual. We considered natural explanations: old pipes, settling foundation, neighborhood pranksters. Nothing fit. Things came to a head 3 months after moving in. I'd taken to sleeping on the couch because the bedroom felt too oppressive. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of someone rummaging through the kitchen drawers. In my half-asleep state, I assumed it was Marcus getting a late-night snack. "What are you looking for?" I called out, sitting up on the couch. The noise stopped immediately. Then I heard Marcus's voice from upstairs. "Did you say something, Jess?" My blood ran cold. If Marcus was upstairs, who was in the kitchen? I turned on the lamp beside the couch and looked toward the kitchen. All the drawers were open, utensils scattered across the counters and floor as if someone had been frantically searching for something. I ran upstairs to our bedroom where Marcus was sitting up in bed looking confused. "Someone's in the kitchen," I whispered. We checked the entire house together. All doors and windows were locked from the inside. Nobody could have entered or left without us knowing. Yet the kitchen was a disaster, and neither of us had done it. That same night, as we were cleaning up the mess, our wedding photo fell off the wall and shattered. When we picked it up, we noticed scratches across both our faces in the picture, like someone had taken a knife to it. We put the house on the market the next day. Here's the thing that still haunts me. 2 days before we moved out, I was packing boxes in the living room when I caught a glimpse of something in the hallway mirror. A figure standing behind me. It wasn't clear, more like a shadow or silhouette, but definitely person-shaped. When I turned around, nothing was there, but when I looked back at the mirror, I could still see it, standing there, watching me. We moved out 6 months ago and sold the house for less than we paid. I still drive by sometimes, and I always see the lights on inside. even though the new owners haven't officially moved in yet. Sometimes I think about warning them, but what would I say? That the house changes you, that it makes you feel stupid and tired and angry, that sometimes you'll hear voices and see things that aren't there. What scares me most isn't what happened in that house. It's that sometimes, even in our new apartment across town, I still hear someone calling my name in Marcus's voice when he's not home. And last week, I found my hairbrush in the pantry again. Story 17. I've always seen things that weren't supposed to be there. Ever since I was a kid, I'd notice shadows moving when they shouldn't, hear voices in empty rooms, and sometimes even see full-bodied apparitions that would just stare at me before fading away. My parents thought I had an overactive imagination. My teachers suggested I needed therapy, but I knew what I was experiencing was real. Last month, I had another visitor. This one was different though. It started on a Tuesday evening while I was making dinner. I live alone in a small 2-bedroom apartment that's probably older than my grandparents'. The building creaks and groans normally, so I didn't think much of it when I first heard the footsteps. But then I realized they were too rhythmic, too purposeful to be just the building settling. They were coming from the hallway, slow, deliberate steps, like someone wearing heavy shoes walking at a leisurely pace. Step, pause. Step, pause. I froze with the knife in my hand, halfway through chopping an onion. The footsteps stopped right outside the kitchen doorway. I turned around slowly, expecting to see nothing as usual, but this time there was something there. Not fully formed, but a sort of misty outline of a person. Tall, slightly hunched, with what looked like an old-fashioned hat. I could make out the vague shape of a face with deep-set eyes that seemed to be looking right at me. My heart was racing, but I wasn't terrified. I've had enough experiences with spirits to know that most aren't malevolent. They're just lost, confused. Sometimes they don't even realize they're dead. "Hello," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure didn't respond, but it tilted its head slightly, like it was curious. Then it simply faded away. The temperature in the kitchen, which had dropped noticeably, slowly returned to normal. I went back to chopping my onion, but my hands were shaking, not from fear exactly, but from that rush of adrenaline you get when something extraordinary happens. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Not because I was scared, but because I kept hearing those same footsteps pacing back and forth in the hallway outside my bedroom. Around 3 in the morning, I sat up in bed. "Look, I need to sleep," I said to the empty room. "If you want to hang around, that's fine, but could you please be quiet until morning?" The footsteps stopped immediately. I smiled to myself and laid back down. "Thanks," I whispered, and fell asleep within minutes. The next morning, I woke up to find all my kitchen cabinet doors wide open, every single one. I stood there in my pajamas, coffee mug in hand, and laughed. I don't know why, but it struck me as funny rather than frightening. It felt like a child's prank. "Very mature," I said out loud. "Did you get bored last night?" That's when I decided to call him Jimmy. I don't know why that name came to mind. It just seemed to fit somehow. A playful, slightly mischievous name for a spirit that didn't seem threatening, just present. "All right, Jimmy," I said, closing the cabinets one by one. "I'm going to work now. Try not to rearrange the furniture while I'm gone, okay?" I felt a slight cool breeze brush past me, almost like a response. When I came home that evening, the TV was on. Not just on, it was playing an old black and white movie I'd never seen before. I stood in the doorway, shopping bag still in hand, and watched as the characters on screen danced at what looked like a 1940s nightclub. "Is this your era, Jimmy?" I asked, setting down my bags. "Did you like to dance?" The volume went up slightly, and I took that as a yes. I put away my groceries while the movie played, occasionally glancing at the screen. It was oddly comforting, having this presence in my home. I'd lived alone for so long that sometimes the silence was deafening. That night, I felt him in my bedroom again. Not the footsteps this time, but a presence at the foot of my bed. I could almost see the outline of him standing there, watching me. "I'm trying to sleep, Jimmy," I said, pulling the covers up higher. "We can hang out tomorrow." I felt a light touch on my foot through the blanket, just the gentlest pressure, like someone patting it reassuringly. And then the presence was gone. By Thursday, I'd gotten used to Jimmy's quirks. The flickering lights were his favorite trick. I'd be reading or cooking, and suddenly the lights would start to flicker rapidly. "Silly Jimmy," I'd say, looking up from my book. "You don't pay the electricity bill, so stop messing with my lights." The flickering would stop immediately, as if he was pleased just to be acknowledged. Friday morning, I got my first real look at him. I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth when I glanced in the mirror and saw him standing behind me. This time he wasn't just a vague outline or a mist. He was clearly an elderly man, probably in his 70s, with a weathered face and kind eyes. He was wearing an old suit with a vest and a pocket watch chain. He looked like he belonged in the 1930s or 40s. I almost choked on my toothpaste, not because I was scared, but because I was surprised to see him so clearly. I spun around, but there was nothing behind me. When I looked back at the mirror, he was gone. "Jimmy?" I called out. "Was that you?" The bathroom light flickered once, briefly. "You were quite handsome," I said, smiling. "That was a nice suit." Later that day, I found an old photograph book on my coffee table that I'd never seen before. It wasn't mine. I flipped through it carefully. The pages were yellowed and brittle. The photos inside were from the 1940s, showing various people in settings around what looked like my neighborhood, though it was very different back then. On the third page, I found him, Jimmy, standing in front of what might have been my apartment building, wearing the same suit I'd seen in the mirror. He was younger in the photo, maybe in his 40s, but it was definitely him. On the back of the photo, in faded handwriting, it said, "James Wellington, 1943. "James, huh?" I said out loud. "I've been calling you Jimmy. Do you mind?" The book on my lap suddenly flipped several pages forward, startling me. It landed on a photo of the same man, but this time he was smiling broadly, standing next to a woman in a beautiful dress. "Is that your wife?" I asked. The lights flickered twice. "She was beautiful," I said. I spent the rest of Friday evening asking Jimmy yes or no questions, with the lights flickering once for yes, twice for no. I learned that he had lived in my building, one flicker, that he had died here, one flicker, that he had children, one flicker, 3 times, which I took to mean 3 children, and that he had been a banker, one flicker. I also asked if he was stuck here, if he needed help moving on. The lights stayed steady. "You're just visiting?" I guessed. One flicker. "Well, you're welcome to stay as long as you like," I said. "It's nice having company." Saturday was when things got weird. Not scary weird, just intense. I woke up to find all my framed photos turned face down, every single one. At first, I thought Jimmy might be jealous or upset about something, but when I went to turn them back up, I noticed something odd. Behind each frame was a small coin, a penny, each dated 1943. "Are these yours, Jimmy?" I asked. No response. I gathered all the pennies, 7 in total, and placed them in a small dish on my mantel. "I'll keep them safe for you," I promised. That evening, I felt a distinct chill in the apartment. Not the usual slight drop in temperature that came with Jimmy's presence, but a bone-deep cold that made my teeth chatter. I wrapped myself in a blanket and turned up the heat, but nothing helped. The cold seemed to concentrate in my living room, so intense that I could see my breath misting in the air, and then I saw him again, Jimmy, standing by the window, looking out at the street. This time he wasn't just a vision in a mirror or a vague outline. He was solid, almost real enough to touch. "Jimmy?" I said, my voice shaking partly from the cold, partly from awe. He turned to look at me, and his eyes were so sad that I felt my heart break a little. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound came out. Instead, he pointed to the dish of pennies on the mantel, then to the window, then back to me. "I don't understand," I said. "What do you need?" He walked over to me, actually walked with those same heavy footsteps I'd been hearing all week, and stood right in front of me. Up close, I could see every detail of his face, the lines around his eyes, the slight scar on his chin, the way his left eyebrow arched higher than his right. He reached out slowly and placed his hand on my shoulder. I expected it to pass through me, but I felt it, cold but solid, a real weight. He squeezed gently, and in that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude flowing from him, not in words, but in emotions. "You're welcome," I whispered, somehow knowing that's what he needed to hear. He smiled, such a warm smile on such a sad face, and then he was gone, not fading away gradually like before, but simply gone in an instant. The room warmed up immediately, as if someone had thrown open the windows on a summer day. I sat there for a long time trying to process what had happened. The pennies on the mantel caught the last rays of the setting sun, gleaming like they were brand new. That night, the apartment was silent. No footsteps, no flickering lights, no presence at the foot of my bed. I knew he was gone before I even called out, "Jimmy, are you still here?" Sunday morning, I woke up to find the photo album gone. The pennies were still there, but the book had vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared. I wasn't surprised. Somehow I knew that Jimmy had moved on, that whatever had kept him visiting this place was resolved. I miss him, which might sound strange to people who haven't experienced something like this. How can you miss a ghost? But I do. For that brief week, I wasn't alone. I had a companion who communicated in his own way, who seemed to enjoy my company as much as I enjoyed his. I've kept the pennies. Sometimes I hold one and wonder about Jimmy, or James Wellington, and his life. I wonder if I helped him somehow, if my acknowledgement of his presence gave him something he needed. I like to think so. I've had other spirits visit since then, but none have stayed as long or connected as deeply as Jimmy did. Sometimes, when I'm reading alone at night, I'll look up and say, "The lights are staying nice and steady tonight, aren't they, Jimmy?" Just in case he's passing through again. They never flicker in response, but that's okay. I think silly Jimmy has finally found his peace. And in a strange way, he helped me find a bit of mine, too. Story 18. I still get chills when I think about what happened that night in Mexico. My best friend Maya and I had just moved to a small town outside of Oaxaca about 3 weeks ago. We're both digital nomads and decided Mexico would be perfect, affordable, beautiful, and with decent Wi-Fi. The first few weeks were exactly what we hoped for: colorful buildings, friendly locals, amazing food. But what happened 5 nights ago has me questioning everything. I've always considered myself pretty rational. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or any of that stuff, or at least I didn't until last Tuesday night. That afternoon, Maya and I were walking back from a little cafe where we'd been working. We were about a mile from our rental house when this scruffy brown mutt started following us. He was clearly a stray, but super friendly, wagging his tail, keeping a respectful distance, but clearly wanting some attention. "Look at this little guy," Maya said, kneeling down to pet him. "He's so sweet." The dog absolutely melted when Maya scratched behind his ears. He followed us all the way home, staying right by our side the whole time. When we got to our front door, he just sat down on the steps, looking up at us with these big, hopeful eyes. "We can't bring him in," I told Maya, who was already giving me that look. "We don't know if he has fleas or anything." I know, but maybe we could put some water out for him." So we did. We got a bowl of water and some leftover chicken from lunch. The dog gobbled it up and then just stayed. He curled up on our front step, like he'd decided this was his new home. Maya was completely in love with him already, naming him Poco because he was on the smaller side. We went inside to work for a few hours, and every now and then I'd peek out the window to see if Poco was still there. He was just patiently waiting, until he wasn't. Around 7:30 that evening, I looked out and noticed he was gone. I mentioned it to Maya, who immediately suggested we go look for him. "It'll be dark soon," I warned her. "It's not that late, Sophia. Come on, he can't have gone far. Maybe he's hungry again." I should have said no. Everything in my body was telling me to stay inside, but I couldn't explain why. It just felt like one of those evenings where the air feels different somehow, heavier. But Maya was already grabbing her phone for a flashlight, so I reluctantly agreed. The sun was just setting as we left the house. Our neighborhood was a maze of narrow streets with colorful stucco houses, most of them with small front courtyards or gardens. During the day, it was charming. At dusk, with shadows growing longer and the streets emptying out, it felt different. Most locals were inside having dinner, and the streets were getting eerily quiet. We walked around calling Poco for about 15 minutes with no luck. The sky was darkening quickly, and I was about to suggest we head back when Maya pointed down a side street I hadn't been down before. "Let's just check down there and then we can go home," she said. The street was narrower than the others, with fewer street lights. As we turned the corner, I immediately noticed how much darker it was. The buildings seemed to lean in overhead, blocking out what little light remained in the sky. There were no sounds of families eating dinner, no TVs playing telenovelas through open windows, just silence. That's when we saw it. About 30 yards ahead stood what looked like a large Rottweiler, black and brown, powerfully built. But something was off. It wasn't moving, not even slightly. Most dogs shift their weight, look around, scratch something. This one was completely still, like a statue. "Is that Poco?" Maya whispered, though I don't know why she was whispering. The dog was too far away to hear. "No way," I said. Poco was small and light brown. "That's a Rottweiler." We took a few steps closer, and that's when I noticed its eyes. They were glowing white, not reflecting light like normal dog eyes do at night. There wasn't even any light to reflect in that dark street. They were emitting their own light, like two small LED bulbs. My entire body went cold. Every instinct screamed danger. "Maya," I whispered, "something's wrong with that dog." Maya had frozen beside me. "I know. Why is it just standing there?" The dog was in this weird stance, legs stiff, head slightly lowered, facing us directly. No tail wagging, no head tilting, no panting, nothing. Just those glowing white eyes fixed on us. The silence was the worst part. You know how when you encounter a threatening dog, there's usually growling, barking, some kind of warning? This thing made no sound at all. The entire street was dead quiet. No distant traffic, no birds, not even the sound of wind. Just complete, unnatural silence. We stood there for what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds. I couldn't move forward. It wasn't just fear, though I was terrified. It was like there was a physical barrier of negative energy coming from this thing. The air around it seemed darker, thicker somehow. Maya grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in so hard it hurt. "Let's go," she whispered. "Now." We started backing away slowly, neither of us willing to turn our backs on whatever this was. The dog thing didn't move, didn't follow us with its head. It just kept staring, those white eyes fixed on the spot where we had been standing. As we reached the corner, I finally risked a glance behind me to make sure we weren't backing into anything. When I looked back, the dog had turned away from us, not in the natural way a dog moves, but like someone had picked up a statue and rotated it. It was now facing the opposite direction, but still in that same rigid, unnatural stance. We hurried around the corner, and the moment we were out of sight, we ran. We ran all the way back to our house, not stopping, not talking, just running. The entire way home, I couldn't shake the feeling we were being followed. I kept glancing back, but the streets behind us were empty, yet somehow I knew we weren't alone. It was like being watched by something just out of sight, a presence that slipped between shadows, always just behind us. When we finally reached our front door, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. We tumbled inside, slammed the door shut, and locked it. "What the fuck was that?" Maya gasped, leaning against the wall, trying to catch her breath. I didn't answer. I was busy checking that all the windows were locked, pulling curtains closed. When I finished, I found Maya in the kitchen, her face pale. "That wasn't a dog," she said quietly. "I know," I replied. "I mean, it looked like one, but no normal dog stands like that, or has eyes like that, or feels like that." I knew exactly what she meant. The feeling coming off that thing wasn't just aggression or territoriality, it was malevolence, ancient, cold, aware in a way no animal should be. We stayed up late that night, jumping at every sound, peering through the curtains at the empty street. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was sick, maybe it had rabies, maybe the eyes were just reflecting light in a weird way, but we both knew better. Around midnight, we heard scratching at the front door, not the pawing of a dog wanting to be let in. This was deliberate. 3 slow scratches, paws, 3 more, like human fingers but with claws. We didn't check. We retreated to the furthest bedroom, locked that door too, and huddled together until morning. In the daylight, things seemed less terrifying. We found no scratches on the door, no evidence anything had been there. We even convinced ourselves we'd imagined the scratching sounds, stress and fear playing tricks on us. But neither of us has gone out after dark since then. We've changed our schedules, making sure we're home well before sunset. We've ordered delivery instead of going out for dinner. Yesterday, our landlady stopped by to check how we were settling in, making conversation. I casually asked if there were any dangerous stray dogs in the neighborhood. She got this strange look on her face. "Why do you ask this?" I tried to sound casual. "We saw a big black and brown dog the other night, like a Rottweiler. It seemed aggressive." The landlady crossed herself quickly. "There are no Rottweilers in this neighborhood," she said firmly. Then, lowering her voice, "If you see this dog again, do not approach. Come inside immediately." When I pressed her for more information, she just shook her head and changed the subject. Last night, I heard the scratching again, this time at my bedroom window, which is on the 2nd floor. We're looking for a new place to stay, somewhere with better streetlights and more people around, somewhere far from here. I don't know what we saw that night, but I know it wasn't just a dog, and I know it found us. Sometimes I think it's still out there, waiting, watching our house with those glowing white eyes, perfectly still in the darkness. And sometimes when I look out the window at night, I swear I can see them. 2 pinpoints of white light in the distance, staring back at me. Story 19. I still can't believe what happened that summer at Jake's house. I'm 28 now, but I can remember every detail like it was yesterday. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family, but I need to get this off my chest. Jake and I had been best friends since 5th grade. We were both 16 that summer, obsessed with Halo and whatever horror movies we could sneak past our parents. We hung out almost every day, but I noticed something weird. Jake always wanted to hang at my place, never his. For over a year, I'd been to his house maybe twice, and just briefly to grab something. When I'd ask to hang at his place, he'd get weird about it. "My house sucks," or "My dad's in a mood," or whatever. After months of this, I finally called him out. "Dude, why don't you ever want me over? Is your house like super messy or something? I don't care." Jake got this look on his face I'd never seen before. Half embarrassed, half scared. He finally mumbled, "There's something wrong with my house." I laughed it off. "What, like the plumbing sucks? No AC?" "No," he said, staring at his shoes. I think it's haunted." I thought he was joking at first, but Jake wasn't laughing. He actually looked relieved, like he'd been keeping this secret forever. I didn't believe in ghosts, but I was fascinated, and honestly, I thought maybe his house was just old and creaky, and he was being dramatic. "You gotta show me," I said. He hesitated, but finally agreed. "Fine, come over Friday. Dad's working late." Friday rolled around, and I rode my bike to Jake's house around 4 in the afternoon. It was July, hot as hell, and I was sweating through my t-shirt by the time I got there. Jake lived in this older neighborhood where all the houses looked similar. Not quite cookie cutter, but close. His was a split level from the 70s with faded yellow siding. The moment I walked in, I felt something. Not anything supernatural, just a heaviness in the air. The house was cooler than outside, but felt stuffy somehow. It smelled like old carpet and the air fresheners his dad plugged in everywhere. "My dad doesn't believe me," Jake said as we dumped our backpacks in the kitchen. "He says I watch too many horror movies." We've been here 3 years and he refuses to move because it's rent to own, and we've put too much money into it already. Jake led me downstairs to the basement where he had his bedroom. It wasn't a typical unfinished basement. It had been converted into a mother-in-law suite with its own bathroom, a small kitchenette, and Jake's bedroom. The ceilings were low, and even though there were a couple small windows near the ceiling, it felt dim. Dad gave me the basement so I could have privacy, Jake explained, but his tone made it clear he didn't see it as a favor. I think he just got tired of me complaining about weird shit happening upstairs. I checked out his setup: decent TV, Xbox, beanbag chairs. Normal teenage stuff. Nothing screamed haunted house to me. So what kind of haunted stuff happens? I asked, trying not to sound skeptical. Jake sat on the edge of his bed. It's mostly at night. I hear footsteps upstairs when Dad's not home. Sometimes my stuff moves around. And he paused, then pointed to a door across the room. That's the pantry. Sometimes I see something pass by the window. I looked over at the door. It was a regular pantry door, but it had this small rectangular window at the top, maybe 6 inches tall and a foot wide. The kind you'd see in an office door. What do you mean, something? I asked. Like a cloud or a shadow or something. It's white and it moves really fast. The thing is, Jake leaned forward, lowering his voice like someone might overhear us. There's no light source in there. It's a pantry with no windows, so there shouldn't be anything visible through that window, especially not something bright. I walked over to the pantry door and opened it. It was just a normal pantry with shelves stocked with canned food, cereal boxes and snacks. No windows, no light fixtures inside. I closed the door and looked at the little window. From this angle, it just showed darkness. How often do you see it? I asked. Maybe once or twice a week. It's random. Sometimes I'll go a month without seeing anything. We hung out for a couple hours, playing Xbox and talking about school and girls and normal stuff. I kept glancing at the pantry door, but nothing happened. The whole time, Jake seemed tense, like he was waiting for something. Every little noise made him jump. Around 6, we ordered pizza and ate downstairs while watching YouTube videos. I'd almost forgotten about the whole ghost thing when Jake suddenly muted the TV. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I hadn't heard anything. "What?" "Shh." He was staring at the ceiling. Footsteps. Dad's not home yet. I listened hard but didn't hear anything. Jake's face had gone pale though. "Dude, it's probably just the house settling or something," I said. Jake shook his head. "I know what that sounds like. This is different." I still didn't believe him, but seeing him genuinely scared was starting to freak me out too. The basement suddenly felt colder, and I became aware of how isolated we were down there. "You know what?" Jake said suddenly, standing up. "Screw this. I'm tired of being scared in my own house." He walked to the middle of the room and looked up at the ceiling. "Hey!" he shouted. "If you're up there, do something. Show yourself." "Jake, what the hell?" I hissed, but he ignored me. "Come on, my friend doesn't believe me. Show him you're real." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Stop it, man, this isn't funny." Jake turned toward the pantry door. "Or are you in there? Come on out. We're not scared of you." He was clearly scared though. I could see his hands shaking, but something had come over him, like he was fed up with living in fear. "Jake, seriously, knock it off," I said, standing up. I was getting genuinely uncomfortable. Jake walked right up to the pantry door and slapped it with his palm. "Come out, you coward. Show yourself." Then he turned to me with this weird, manic smile. "See? Nothing. Maybe I've been imagining." That's when it happened. Something bright white shot across the pantry window. It was so fast I almost missed it, but it was unmistakable. A white, cloudy form that moved from one side of the small window to the other in less than a second. Jake and I froze, staring at each other, his face drained of all color. "Did you?" he started. "Yeah," I whispered. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. We both looked back at the pantry window. Nothing now, just darkness. It's never responded before. Jake whispered. "It's never done anything when I've called it out." I was trying to come up with a rational explanation. Maybe it was a reflection, headlights from outside. Jake shook his head. "The pantry is in the center of the basement. No windows nearby to reflect anything." As we stood there debating, we heard a sound from inside the pantry, a soft scratching, like fingernails on the other side of the door. I don't think I've ever been more terrified in my life. My entire body went cold and I couldn't move. "Jake," I managed to say, my voice barely audible. The scratching got louder, more deliberate. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Jake had backed up until he was standing next to me. I could feel him trembling. Then the doorknob started to turn, slowly, inch by inch. "Run!" Jake screamed, and we both bolted for the stairs. I was wearing these cheap flip-flop sandals, and as I sprinted across the room, one flew off my foot. There was no way in hell I was going back for it. We hit the stairs at the same time, scrambling over each other to get up. I've never moved so fast in my life. Behind us, I heard the pantry door open with a long, slow creak. I was halfway up the stairs when I made the mistake of looking back. The pantry door was wide open now, and the darkness inside seemed deeper than it should be, like it went on forever. And in that darkness, I swear, I saw two faint, glowing points of light, eyes watching us. Just as we reached the top of the stairs, there was a loud slam that shook the entire staircase. The pantry door had been thrown shut with incredible force. We burst through the door at the top of the stairs, ran through the kitchen and straight out the front door onto the lawn. We were both gasping for breath, looking back at the house like it might come after us. That's when Jake's dad pulled into the driveway. He got out of his car looking confused. "What the hell are you two doing?" he asked, walking up to us. Jake was still shaking. "Dad, it's in the basement, the thing I told you about. It's real. Ask him." He pointed at me. Jake's dad looked at me, eyebrows raised. "You saw something too?" I nodded, still struggling to catch my breath. "There's something in the pantry. We both saw it." Jake's dad sighed deeply and rubbed his forehead. "Not this ghost crap again." "Dad, I'm not making this up," Jake shouted, tears in his eyes now. "We both saw it. It opened the door." His dad looked back and forth between us, seeming to register for the first time how genuinely terrified we both were. His expression softened slightly. All right, let me go check it out," he said, heading toward the house. "No!" Jake grabbed his arm. "Don't go down there, please." His dad gently removed Jake's hand. "I have to see for myself. You boys stay here." We watched from the front yard as he went inside. 5 agonizing minutes passed, then 10. Just as we were starting to worry, he came back out looking perplexed. "The pantry door is closed," he said. "Everything looks normal, but..." He hesitated. "Your sandal was sitting in the middle of the room," he said to me. "And it's freezing cold down there, like an icebox. The thermostat says it's 54 degrees, but I just adjusted it yesterday." He handed me my flip-flop. I took it, but I didn't put it back on. Somehow the thought of wearing it again made me sick to my stomach. Jake's dad insisted we all go to dinner, probably to get us out of the house while he processed what was happening. At the restaurant, he finally admitted that weird things had been happening in the house since they moved in, but he'd been ignoring them, hoping they'd stop. 2 weeks later, Jake and his dad moved out. They broke their rent-to-own contract and took the financial hit. Jake told me his dad finally witnessed something himself. He wouldn't say what exactly, just that his dad came into his room at 3 in the morning, told him to pack a bag, and they stayed in a hotel until they found a new place. Jake was different after that. We stayed friends through high school, but he was never the same carefree kid I knew before. He became obsessed with researching the paranormal, trying to understand what was in that house. He had trouble sleeping for years. So did I, honestly. I drove past the house recently, new family living there now. I wonder if they've seen anything yet. Part of me wants to warn them, but what would I even say? I still have that sandal somewhere. I never wore it again. Sometimes I think about throwing it away, but I can't bring myself to touch it. It feels like the last physical connection to something I still can't explain, something that shattered my understanding of what's possible in this world. I just know that whatever was in that pantry, it wasn't human, and it knew we could see it. Story 20. I never thought I'd be sharing this with anyone, but I need to get it off my chest. I've been carrying this around for 3 years now, and sometimes I feel like I'm going crazy trying to make sense of it all. I grew up in Pine Shadow, this tiny town in Honduras that barely shows up on maps. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone's business, and superstitions are taken as seriously as the weather forecast. My grandmother, Carmela, was particularly known for her interests. While most grandmothers baked cookies and told bedtime stories, mine collected Ouija boards and practiced witchcraft. As a kid, I thought it was normal. I'd find little bags of soil tucked away in her dresser drawers, candles burned down to nubs hidden around the house, and strange markings chalked onto the backs of doors. She'd brush off my questions with a smile and a "just for protection, mi amor." Looking back, I should have been more concerned. But when you grow up with something, it just becomes your normal. Everything changed in early 2019 when my great-aunt Luciana was diagnosed with breast cancer. The doctors gave her a fighting chance, but she needed care during her treatment. Since my grandmother Carmela had the biggest house in the family, it made sense for Luciana to move in with us. At first, things were okay. My siblings and I took turns helping Luciana, bringing her meals, making sure she took her medications, sitting with her during the worst days of her chemo. She was weak but grateful, always thanking us with a tired smile. But as weeks turned into months, something in her changed. Luciana became bitter. She'd complain if we weren't constantly at her side, even though we had school and jobs. She'd call for someone if she heard any movement in the house, demanding attention for the smallest things. I remember one evening coming home exhausted after a 12-hour shift, only to have her scream at me for 10 minutes because I hadn't immediately come to fluff her pillows when I walked in the door. What made it worse was that Carmela, who had invited Luciana to stay in the first place, started making excuses to be away from the house. She'd suddenly remember errands that needed running or friends who needed visiting. Eventually, she announced she was going back to her hometown for a short visit that stretched into weeks. I'll never forget the look on Luciana's face when Carmela left. There was hurt, yes, but mostly rage. Pure, undiluted rage that seemed to physically darken the room. "She's abandoning me to die," she hissed, clutching her rosary so tightly I thought the beads would break. "After everything I've done for this family." Luciana's condition deteriorated rapidly after that. The cancer spread and the treatment stopped working. The hospice nurse who visited said it happened sometimes. Patients who lost their will to fight declined faster, but I think it was more than that. Luciana wasn't just dying. She was cultivating her resentment, feeding it, letting it consume her even faster than the cancer. She passed away on a Tuesday afternoon in November. I was the only one home. The sound she made in her final moments, this hollow, rattling gasp, still haunts my dreams. Her eyes were open, staring at the ceiling, and her face was frozen in what looked like anger. The hospice nurse later told me that's just how some people go, but I knew better. Luciana had died with hate in her heart. After the funeral, life slowly returned to normal. Carmela came back home, acting as if her months-long absence was nothing unusual. She cleaned out Luciana's room in a single day, burning some of her sister's possessions in the backyard. When I asked her why, she just said, "Some things shouldn't be kept, mijito." Then she went right back to her witchcraft, maybe even more intensely than before. Fast forward to March 2020. The pandemic had just started, and we were all locked down together in the house. That's when the dreams began. The first one came on a Wednesday night. In it, I was standing in our hallway, watching Luciana. She wasn't sick in my dream. She looked healthy, younger even. She was just standing there, staring at Carmela's bedroom door with this terrible smile on her face, not saying anything, not moving, just staring. I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I brushed it off as a random nightmare, probably triggered by pandemic anxiety. I didn't even mention it to anyone. Why would I? Dreams are just dreams, right? 2 days later, I was sitting in the living room watching TV when Carmela stumbled in from her bedroom. I've never seen someone look so pale. Her skin had this grayish tint and her eyes were wide with terror. "I saw her," she whispered, gripping the doorframe to stay upright. "Luciana." She was standing at the foot of my bed. I tried to calm her down, told her it was just a bad dream, but she kept shaking her head. No, she was there. She said she's been waiting. I got up to help her to the couch, but before I could reach her, Carmela's eyes rolled back in her head and she collapsed. I called for my mom, called an ambulance, started CPR. Everything happened in a blur, but it was too late. The paramedics said it was a massive heart attack. Carmela was gone within minutes of telling me she'd seen Luciana. The next few days were chaos, arranging a funeral during the beginning of lockdown, dealing with relatives who couldn't travel to be with us, sorting through Carmela's belongings. I was running on autopilot, too busy to properly process what had happened or to connect it to my dream. Then came the night after the funeral. I fell into an exhausted sleep around 2 in the morning, and that's when I had the second dream. This one was different. I was in our house, but everything was bathed in this strange, dim light. I could hear someone moving around downstairs, slow, shuffling footsteps. In the dream, I knew someone had died, but I couldn't remember who. I crept down the stairs and saw Carmela walking through the living room, running her fingers along the furniture like she was checking for dust. She looked solid, real, not like a ghost at all. "Abuela?" I called out in the dream. She turned to look at me, and her expression, God, I can't even describe it properly. It wasn't anger or sadness. It was fear, pure, primal fear. "She's coming for all of us," Carmela said. I opened the door, and now I can't close it. I woke up gasping for air, my entire body ice cold despite the warm night. As I sat up, I felt something slide off my wrist. Looking down, I realized the rosary bracelet I always wore to bed, the one Carmela had given me for protection years ago, had somehow broken. The beads were scattered across my sheets. That's when the true fear set in. Not the jump scare kind that passes quickly, but the deep, gnawing dread that burrows into your bones. I turned on every light in my room and stayed awake until sunrise, too terrified to close my eyes. The next night I fought sleep for as long as I could. I watched movies, browsed the internet, anything to keep myself awake. But eventually, exhaustion won. I dozed off around 4 in the morning and immediately plunged into another nightmare. This time, I was in Carmela's room, looking through her dresser drawers. Inside, instead of the small bags of soil she usually kept, I found dozens of tiny cloth pouches filled with what looked like ashes. As I picked one up, it crumbled in my hand, revealing a small, yellowed bone inside. I dropped it in horror, and when I looked up, Luciana was standing in the doorway. "She tried to bind me," Luciana said, her voice sounding like several voices speaking at once, "but she bound all of you instead." I jerked awake. A scream stuck in my throat. The room was freezing, even though it was a warm spring night and we didn't have air conditioning. And on my arm, where the rosary bracelet had been, there was a red mark like a burn. Over the next weeks, the dreams continued, each one worse than the last. I'd see Luciana walking through our house, touching things, leaving black handprints that only I could see. I'd find Carmela hiding in corners, whispering warnings I couldn't quite hear. Sometimes I'd dream of them both, circling each other like predators, with my family caught in between. During the day, strange things started happening. Objects would disappear and reappear in different places. We'd hear footsteps in empty rooms. My mother started complaining of feeling watched. My younger brother developed night terrors so severe he had to sleep with the lights on. I began researching, trying to understand what was happening. I learned about generational curses, about how dabbling in the occult can open doors that aren't easily closed. I became convinced that Carmela's practices, combined with Luciana's deathbed hatred, had created something that was now haunting our family. I tried to talk to my parents about it, but they dismissed my concerns. My father attributed everything to grief and stress from the pandemic. My mother, though raised Catholic, refused to acknowledge anything supernatural might be happening, despite being the one who kept finding her jewelry rearranged every morning. The breaking point came 3 months after Carmela's death. I woke up in the middle of the night to find my bedroom door wide open, even though I distinctly remembered closing and locking it. At the foot of my bed stood a dark figure, not clearly Luciana or Carmela, but something wrong, misshapen. It didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there emanating malice so thick I could taste it like copper in my mouth. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. Classic sleep paralysis, my rational mind tried to argue, but then the figure slowly raised its arm and pointed at my chest. At that exact moment, I felt a sharp, burning pain right over my heart. When I could finally move again, the figure was gone. I rushed to the bathroom and lifted my shirt. There, right over my heart, was a small, perfect handprint, like a burn, but ice cold to the touch. That was 3 years ago. The mark faded after a few days, but the dreams haven't stopped. They've changed, become less frequent, but more intense. Sometimes weeks will pass normally, and I'll think it's over. Then I'll wake up with that same copper taste in my mouth, knowing I've seen something in my sleep that my waking mind has mercifully forgotten. My family has felt it too, though they won't admit it. My mother started going to church again. My father developed insomnia. My brother moved out as soon as he could afford it, saying the house never feels empty, even when no one's home. I've tried everything. Prayers, cleansings, protective symbols. Nothing works completely. I've come to believe that what Carmela started and what Luciana's hatred fueled isn't something that can be easily banished. It's a stain, a tear in the fabric between worlds that may never fully heal. Sometimes in my darkest moments, I wonder if it will only end when the last of us is gone. Other times, I convince myself it's all psychological, grief and guilt manifesting in nightmares and paranoia. But then I'll find a small bag of soil in a drawer I swear wasn't there before, or catch a glimpse of a figure just at the edge of my vision, and I know, whatever came into our lives didn't leave when Carmela died. It's still here, waiting, watching, and I still don't know how to make it stop. Story 21. I'm still not sure if writing this is a good idea, but I need to get it off my chest. This happened last December when I was 19, and honestly, I've had trouble sleeping ever since. For context, I live with my parents and younger sister in a pretty normal suburban house. Nothing weird or haunted about it, at least not that we knew of. We've always been the type of family that believes in ghosts, though. My mom would tell us stories about her grandmother seeing spirits, and my dad would get super uncomfortable whenever the topic came up. I used to tease him about it all the time. You know, jumping out from behind doors, making weird noises at night, typical stuff to freak him out. Looking back, I feel like such an asshole for doing that. Anyway, that December, my mom and sister went to visit my aunt in Michigan for a week. I had to stay behind to finish my final exams for the semester. My dad stayed with me instead of going with them, probably because he didn't want me to be alone in the house. I was grateful, even though I spent most of my time playing Call of Duty and barely saw him except at dinner. After about 3 days of me being glued to my PlayStation, my dad knocked on my bedroom door looking concerned. He said something like, "Daniel, you need to get some fresh air. Go hang out with your friends." I knew he was right. I had barely left my room, except to grab food and use the bathroom. So I called up my best friend Miguel and asked if I could come over. He was down for it, so I grabbed my backpack with some stuff and headed out. Before leaving, I noticed my limited edition Slinky Dog toy from Toy Story sitting on my shelf. It's this huge collectible, not like the small ones you find at Target. This thing is life-sized with wheels on its paws, and it cost me almost $200. I'm a huge Pixar fan, and this was my prized possession. I just remember glancing at it before I left, making sure it was in its spot, because my little cousins were coming over for Christmas in a few weeks, and they always wanted to play with it. At Miguel's, we ended up playing video games anyway, but at least I was being social. Around 11 at night, he suggested I just crash at his place since we were in the middle of a tournament. I called my dad to let him know, and because I'm an idiot who never learns, I ended the call by saying, "Watch out for any ghosts tonight, Dad." I even made that stupid woo ghost sound. Miguel and I laughed about it, and I completely forgot about it after that. The next morning around 9, my phone started blowing up. My dad was calling me repeatedly, which was weird because he never calls more than once unless it's an emergency. When I answered, his voice was shaking. I'd never heard him sound like that before, not even when my grandpa died. He kept saying, "Daniel, you need to come home right now. Something happened. Please come home." I thought maybe we'd been robbed or someone was hurt. I asked him what was wrong, but he just kept saying, "I'll tell you when you get here." Miguel could tell something was up and offered to drive me, but I told him I'd be fine taking the bus. The whole ride home, my mind was racing with worst-case scenarios. When I got home, my dad was sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee that looked untouched. His eyes were bloodshot like he hadn't slept all night. The house was dead silent and all the curtains were drawn. "Dad, what happened?" I asked, dropping my backpack on the floor. He looked up at me and said, "I saw something last night. After we talked on the phone, I was watching TV in the living room when I heard footsteps coming from upstairs." At first I thought he was messing with me, getting back at me for all the times I'd scared him. But the look on his face was too genuine, too frightened. He continued, "I thought maybe someone had broken in, so I grabbed the baseball bat from the closet and went upstairs. The footsteps were coming from your room. My room is at the end of the hallway upstairs, and the door was closed when he went up. As he approached, he said the footsteps stopped, and then my bedroom door slowly opened by itself. There was nobody there. He checked inside my room, under the bed, in the closet, behind the door. Nothing. He was about to leave when he heard something rolling on the hardwood floor. That's when he saw it, my Slinky dog toy moving out of my room on its own, the wheels turning as if someone was pushing it. He said it rolled down the hallway and stopped right in front of him. "Daniel, I swear to God, that toy moved by itself, and then..." His voice cracked. "Then I heard a child laughing. It came from your room, but there was no one there." I felt a chill run down my spine. My dad isn't the type to make up stories, especially not about ghosts or anything supernatural. He's always been the one to rationalize things, to find the logical explanation. "Show me," I said. He led me upstairs to my room. Everything looked normal, except my Slinky dog wasn't on the shelf where I'd left it. Instead, it was sitting in the middle of my bedroom floor. "I didn't touch it after what happened," my dad said. "I just closed your door and spent the night on the couch with all the lights on." I approached the toy carefully. It looked exactly the same. No batteries, no hidden mechanics that could make it move on its own. I picked it up and examined it, half expecting something to jump out at me, but it was just my regular collectible. "Maybe it fell off the shelf," I suggested, trying to be rational. My dad shook his head. "Daniel, it didn't fall. It rolled out of your room and down the hallway on its own. The wheels were turning." I wanted to believe there was a logical explanation. Maybe the house had settled, causing vibrations that made the toy roll. Maybe my dad was overtired and had imagined the whole thing. But deep down, I knew my dad wouldn't make this up. To test it, I placed the Slinky dog back on my shelf, making sure it was secure and couldn't easily fall. My dad was reluctant to stay another night in the house, but I convinced him we should try to figure out what happened. Plus, my mom and sister would be back in a few days, and I didn't want to freak them out by telling them our house might be haunted. That night, my dad slept in the guest room next to mine. I left my bedroom door open and positioned my desk lamp to cast enough light so I could see the toy on my shelf. I had a hard time falling asleep, but eventually exhaustion took over. I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of footsteps, light, like a child's, moving across my room. My entire body froze. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears as I slowly opened my eyes. The footsteps stopped. Then, I heard the distinct sound of plastic wheels rolling on hardwood. I reached for my phone to use as a flashlight, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. When I turned on the light, what I saw made my blood run cold. The Slinky dog was no longer on the shelf. It was right next to my bed, its plastic face staring up at me. And then, I heard it. The same childlike laughter my dad had described coming from the corner of my room where no one was standing. I screamed and jumped out of bed, nearly tripping over the toy as I ran to the door. My dad was already in the hallway, baseball bat in hand. "You heard it too?" he asked, his face pale. I nodded, unable to speak. We both looked back into my room, where the Slinky dog remained next to my bed. Neither of us slept for the rest of the night. We sat in the living room with every light in the house turned on, not saying much, just waiting for the sun to come up. The next morning I took the Slinky dog and shoved it into its original box. I taped that box shut, put it in a storage bin, and locked the bin with a padlock. It's been in our attic ever since. My mum and sister came back a few days later, and we never told them what happened. My dad and I have this unspoken agreement not to discuss it, but sometimes I catch him looking up at the ceiling toward the attic with this worried expression. I've researched possible explanations. Maybe the toy had some kind of mechanism I didn't know about, or maybe our house has some weird air current issue that could move objects. But nothing explains the laughter or how the toy moved from the shelf to beside my bed in the middle of the night. I've thought about throwing the toy away, but something stops me every time. What if whatever is attached to it follows? What if it gets angry? Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear those same footsteps, and I have to check that the bin in the attic is still locked. It always is, but that doesn't make me feel any safer. I don't tease my dad about ghosts anymore. Some things you don't joke about once you've experienced them firsthand, and I definitely don't collect Toy Story memorabilia anymore. Even those cute little Funko Pops give me anxiety now. I still can't explain what happened that December night. All I know is that something moved my toy, and it wasn't human. And sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I swear I can still hear that faint childlike laughter coming from somewhere upstairs. Story 22. Ivy always loved Vegas. Been there 15 times now. Solo trips where I just gamble, people watch, and enjoy the sensory overload that is the Strip. I'm not even bothered if I lose money. It's about the experience for me. But my last trip 3 weeks ago, I still can't shake it. I'm writing this down hoping someone might understand or have experienced something similar, because I'm starting to think I'm losing my mind. I'm 32, pretty average guy. I work in IT, save up for these little getaways. Nothing special about me. I flew in on a Thursday morning, feeling that familiar excitement as the plane descended over the desert. But the moment I stepped off the jet bridge, something felt wrong. The air in the terminal seemed heavier. That sounds stupid, but it's the only way I can describe it, like walking through invisible molasses. I brushed it off as jet lag, grabbed my carry-on, and headed for the taxi line. The driver barely acknowledged me, which was unusual. Vegas taxi drivers are typically chatty, asking where you're from, if it's your first time, all that. This guy just stared straight ahead, occasionally glancing at me in the rearview mirror with what I can only describe as disgust. I remember checking my shirt, thinking maybe I'd spilled something on the flight. When we pulled up to my hotel, the Flamingo, not fancy but centrally located, the bellhop practically threw my bag on the curb. I tipped him $5 anyway, and he looked at the bill like I'd handed him a dirty tissue. "Thanks," he muttered, but his tone said, "Fuck you." Check-in was equally weird. The woman at the front desk wouldn't make eye contact, sliding my room key across the counter without a word about amenities or wishing me a good stay. Nothing. In the elevator, a couple shifted uncomfortably away from me, the woman whispering something to her partner. I discreetly sniffed my armpit when they weren't looking. Nothing. I'd showered that morning, wore clean clothes, used deodorant. My room was fine, standard Vegas hotel fare. I unpacked, freshened up, and headed down to the casino floor, eager to get my trip started properly. I always begin with blackjack. It's my ritual. I found a table with a $25 minimum and sat down. The dealer, a middle-aged woman with bottle blonde hair, seemed to physically recoil when I placed my cash on the table. "Money plays," I said with a smile. She exchanged my cash for chips without acknowledging me, her movements stiff and mechanical. I lost the first few hands, which happens. No big deal, but when I won a decent pot after doubling down, the dealer slid the chips toward me with such force that a few scattered onto the floor. "Sorry about that," she said, not sounding sorry at all. In fact, her lips curled into what I can only describe as a smirk. The pattern continued. I'd lose, and the dealer would seem pleased. I'd win, and she'd grow visibly irritated. The other players at the table were equally off-putting. No one spoke. No congratulations when someone hit blackjack. No commiseration over bad hands. Just silence, and occasional glares in my direction. After about an hour, I cashed out, down about $200, and decided to try the craps table. Maybe the energy would be better there. It wasn't. The stickman wouldn't let me touch the dice for more than a few seconds before demanding I throw. When I asked for a drink, the cocktail waitress rolled her eyes dramatically. I tipped her generously when she finally brought my whiskey sour, and she actually laughed. Not a friendly laugh, a mocking one, like my attempt at kindness was pathetic. By evening, I was feeling genuinely unsettled. I decided to walk the strip, something that always lifted my spirits in previous trips. The lights, the crowds, the street performers, it's like a free show. But that night, everything seemed distorted. The neon lights hurt my eyes. The crowds felt threatening rather than exciting. Street performers looked at me with suspicion as I passed. And the worst part? People were actively avoiding me. I first noticed it outside the Bellagio. I was standing by the fountains, waiting for the water show to start, when a family with 2 young kids approached. The mother looked at me, grabbed her children's hands, and immediately steered them in another direction, whispering urgently to her husband. He glanced back at me with an expression of fear, disgust. I couldn't tell. It happened again at the Venetian. I was walking through the Grand Canal shops when I noticed people stepping aside as I approached. Not just 1 or 2 people, everyone, like Moses parting the Red Sea, but with looks of revulsion instead of awe. I stopped at a bathroom mirror, desperate to see what others were seeing. Was there something on my face? Had I developed some horrible skin condition in the last 24 hours? But my reflection showed the same face I'd always had. Brown hair, average build, clean-shaven, nothing unusual. By this point, a profound feeling of despair had settled over me. Not just sadness or disappointment. This was something deeper, darker. It felt physical, like someone had draped a weighted blanket of pure emptiness over my shoulders. I could feel it pressing down, making each step require more effort than it should. I tried to shake it off, went back to my hotel, took another shower, changed clothes completely. I even bought a new cologne from the hotel gift shop, thinking maybe my usual scent had somehow gone rancid without me noticing. Nothing helped. I decided to try my luck at another casino, thinking maybe there was just something weird going on at the Flamingo. I headed to Caesar's Palace, always lively and welcoming in the past. The moment I walked through those doors, the same thing happened. Cocktail waitresses changed direction when they saw me coming. Pit bosses watched me suspiciously. Fellow gamblers left tables when I sat down. One elderly woman actually crossed herself, like made the sign of the cross. When I passed her slot machine, I sat at a video poker bar, ordered a drink, and tried to make sense of what was happening. The bartender placed my beer as far away from his hand as possible, sliding it across the bar like he was afraid of coming within a foot of me. "Is everything okay?" I finally asked him. He looked startled that I'd spoken. "What do you mean?" His voice was cold. "Everyone's acting strange around me. Did I do something wrong?" He studied me for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he said, "Some people just bring darkness with them," and walked away. That phrase, "bring darkness with them," hit me like a physical blow, because I could feel it, the darkness. It wasn't just in how people were treating me, it was in me or around me or both, an oppressive, malevolent energy that seemed to be growing stronger by the hour. I abandoned my drink and headed back to my room, practically jogging through the casino. In the elevator, a woman pressed herself against the wall to avoid touching me. In the hallway, a housekeeper clutched her cross necklace as I passed. Back in my room, I sat on the edge of the bed, shaking. This wasn't normal. This wasn't just people being rude or me having a bad day. This was something else entirely. I tried to call my brother back home, but the call wouldn't connect. Tried my parents, same thing. My phone showed full bars, but every call failed immediately. I tried sending texts. They showed as delivered, but no one responded. I felt completely cut off. The feeling of despair intensified. It wasn't just emotional anymore. It was physical, tangible. My chest felt hollow, like someone had scooped out everything that made me human and replaced it with cold, heavy nothing. I tried watching TV but couldn't focus. Tried reading news on my phone, but the words blurred together. Around midnight, exhausted but afraid to sleep, I heard a soft knocking at my door. I approached cautiously, looked through the peephole. No one there. The knocking came again, slightly louder. Still, through the peephole, the hallway was empty. "Who is it?" I called. No answer, but the knocking continued, now in a distinct pattern. 3 quick knocks, pause, 2 slow knocks, over and over. I backed away from the door, my heart pounding. The knocking stopped abruptly, and in the silence that followed, I heard a whisper coming from, I swear to God, inside the room. "We recognize our own," it said. Just that, no other words. I switched on every light in the room, checked the bathroom, under the bed, inside the closet. Nothing. But the feeling of being watched, of being in the presence of something ancient and malevolent was overwhelming. I didn't sleep, not for a minute. I sat in the armchair facing the door, lights on, waiting for morning. The despair pressed down harder with each passing hour, until breathing itself felt like a monumental effort. When dawn finally broke, I packed my bags and checked out a day early. The front desk clerk processed my early departure without comment, though I noticed she used a tissue to pick up my credit card when I handed it to her. At the airport, people continued to avoid me. In the security line, TSA agents put on fresh gloves before handling my ID. On the plane, the seat next to me remained empty, despite the flight being otherwise full. It's been 3 weeks since I got home, and things have slowly returned to normal. My friends and family don't avoid me. Strangers don't cross the street when they see me coming. But sometimes in unguarded moments, when I'm falling asleep or just waking up, I feel it again. That heavy nothingness, that void, and sometimes I hear that whisper, "We recognize our own." I don't know what happened to me in Vegas. I don't know what darkness attached itself to me there, or why it chose me, or what it wanted. All I know is that I'm never going back, and I can't shake the feeling that a piece of me never left, that it's still there, feeding whatever lurks beneath the neon lights and forced smiles of Sin City.